2 minutes.
Welcome to North Arkansas Electric Cooperative's 2025 annual meeting.
The great thing about North Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
Hi, this is Christy Newton. I've been at the co-op for 28 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and just people that I know around the community daily in my job.
The great thing about North Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public. That's what makes North Arkansas Electric special.
Hi, this is Christy Newton. I've been at the co-op for 28 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and just people that I know around the community daily in my job.
The great thing about North Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
I like working at North Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas Electric special.
Means that I get to serve my community that I live in.
I've been at the co-op for 28 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and
Go to
people I know
school with
around
my neighbors.
daily in my job.
Taking care of them to me is
The great thing about North Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
I like working at North Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas Electric special.
Means that I get to serve my community that I live in.
I've been at the co-op for 28 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and people I know around the
neighbors
daily in my job.
Taking care of them.
Ask your blessing on
to
this
me
time.
The great thing about
Pledge allegiance.
North Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
I like working at North Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas Electric special.
Means that I get to serve my community that I live
morning,
in.
Lord.
I've been at the co-op for 28 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and people I know around the
neighbors
daily
around.
in my job.
Taking care of them
Ask your blessing on
to
this
me
time.
Great thing about Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
like working with Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas
Always
special.
means that I get to serve
This is
the community that I live in.
I've been at the co-op for 8 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and people I know around the community.
Taking care of them.
that's a blessing on this
to me.
The great thing about Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
Like working with Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas
Always
special.
means that I get to serve
this is
the community that I live in.
I've been at the co-op for 8 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and people I know around the community.
Taking care of them.
that's a blessing on
to
this
me.
Hello, can you? Good morning.
The great thing about Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
Like working with Arkansas Electric.
That's what makes North Arkansas
We do have some, and by the way, y'all are all very special too.
This is
Community that I live in.
Yes,
For 8 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends and neighbors and people I know around the community.
in attendance with us
Taking care of
today.
them.
that's a blessing on this
Buddy Hastings, Buddy is the CEO and president of Arkansas Electric.
Hello, can you?
Good morning.
The great thing about Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public.
Association side.
That's what makes North Arkansas
We do have some, and by the way, y'all are all very special too. State.
This is
Community that I live in.
Yes,
For 8 years, and my favorite thing about working here is being able to help friends
Ty
and
Thompson,
neighbors and people I know around the
CCA Vice President, in attendance with us
Taking care of
today.
them.
that's a blessing on this
Buddy Hastings, Buddy is the CEO, Winston Tan. Raise your hand. Winston is the managing principal of Tandem.
Hello,
Good morning.
Great thing about
Structure.
Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members,
Guys, I still
being out working for the public.
association side.
That's what makes
They'll always be big. They do have some, and by the way, y'all are strange auto-direct states.
This is
Community that I live in.
My favorite thing about working here is
Ty Thompson, CCA Vice President, in attendance and
Taking care of them.
associates. This is the CEO, Winston Tan. Raise your hand. Winston is the managing principal of Tandem. Hello, good morning.
Great thing about Arkansas Electric is when you call in an outage, you get somebody local.
The employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members,
Guys, I still
being out working for the public.
association side.
That's what makes
They'll always be big. They do have some, and by the way, y'all are strange auto-direct states.
this is
Community that I live in.
My favorite thing about working here is
Ty Thompson, CCA Vice President, in attendance and
Taking care of them.
associates. This is the CEO, Winston Tan. Raise your hand. Winston is the managing principal of Tandem. Hello, good morning.
Great thing about Arkansas Electric you call in and say,
employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members, I enjoy being out working for the public. That's what makes it.
I do have some, and by the way, y'all are a strange state.
This is
Communities that I live in.
My favorite thing about working here is
Ty Thompson, CCA Vice President. Past 86 years, we asked One state is the members themselves.
Employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members,
Education training,
I enjoy being out working for the public. That's what makes it.
I do have some, and by the way, y'all are a strange state.
this is
Communities that I live in.
my favorite thing about working here is
Ty Thompson, CCA Vice President. Past 86 years, we asked so many of you have read social posts in the one state is the members themselves.
Employees I work with, I know they have my back. The members,
Education training,
I enjoy being out working for the public.
Arkansas is not one of those states. We have a very active Public Service Commission appointed by the governor, and they are very active, and they are our regulators. And while we're talking about regulators, we're also an RUS borrower. I call them a quasi-regulator because borrowing from RUS, they have a lot of stipulations, they have a lot of things they ask us to do. So I do also call RUS, which is an agency of the federal government under USDA, a quasi-regulator as well. Our request for a rate increase included an independently produced financial audit as well as an independently produced cost of service study, and that's where Craig and the group from Toth and Associates come in. Upon review, the Act 821 increase, the Arkansas Public Service Commission agreed that our request for a 9.4% increase abided by the law that was passed, I believe it was in 1987, and gave its approval. And your May statement did reflect that. As your CEO, I know a rate adjustment is never a popular thing. I don't think there's a person at this table that wanted to see that. I have been at this co-op since 1989, I think. Since I've been here, rate increases have been a fact of life, unfortunately, every 4, 5, 6 years. That's just the way it goes when you're in the utility business. We face the same pressures that all of you face, that all of our neighbors face as far as rising inflation. We don't like that, but those are the pressures that we face, and I know we're going to talk about in just a few minutes a lot of the prices that we've had that have increased over the years. I promise that from the staff and the presenters today, you're going to hear the truth, even sometimes when it's not pleasant, because that's what we're here for. And as long as I've been CEO, you've never heard anything presented to you in these meetings that was not the truth. The fact of the matter is that we needed this rate adjustment to keep our co-op, your co-op, the co-op that you own, the co-op that we manage, financially stable in this time of record inflation, especially since 2020. We operate, as you know, on a nonprofit basis, but we must generate sufficient funds and operating margins to maintain debt-to-income ratios. When you look at our equity, we borrow. Part of our equity is borrowed funds, part of it is members' equity, and you have to have both, and you better have a good, strong equity position, or RUS, CoBank, CFC, our other two lenders will tell us no. So if we have a $50 million, and Jason, I can't remember what our last work plan was, but if we have a $50 million work plan and we don't have sufficient equity, then they're going to tell us no. Just like we walk in at the bank downtown and we, you know, if I walk into the bank downtown and I don't have good credit, they're going to tell me no. So all these things lead to the fact that we have to cover operating costs. We have to invest in maintenance of our infrastructure. Right away is one of those things I've said for years that nobody likes to talk about. You know, I don't know anybody that just loves to have their trees trimmed or cut down. I know I don't. Right away is one of those things that hits our bottom line immediately. It's not capitalized. It is an immediate expense, and I want you, when Julie gets up in a few minutes, to listen to how much our right-of-way costs have increased. In 23 and 24, operating margins from the electric division were negative, $1.1 million and $2 million respectively. This caused a significant decline in the what's called the operating times interest earned ratio, otherwise known as OTIR. With that downward trend expected to continue, we would be in danger of violating a loan covenant. The same thing if I had a loan downtown and I didn't do what I said I was going to do, they're going to call that loan and they're going to call me in. We can't violate loan covenants, and this is especially with RUS, which is our primary lender. Again, Rural Utility Services used to be called REA, and it is an agency of USDA. The downward trend in the margins in OTIR prompted us to have the engineering firm that Craig is with conduct a cost of service study. One of the biggest variables for us in any electric utility is we can't forecast tornadoes, ice storms, weather events. We don't know if we're going to have a mild summer or a hot summer or a cold winter or a mild winter. We don't have any idea about what the weather is going to bring us, and that's one of our biggest variables. Outage restoration expenses directly hit our operating margins, and often, as they have this year, and I'll tell you about this here in a second, cost us millions of dollars. As an example, the March storms and tornadoes will cost us an estimated, and this is something that we didn't know until March and April, will cost us an estimated $6 million. It's an estimate because we're still receiving invoices from the contractors who helped us. So, unfortunately, many of y'all, or fortunately, I guess, lived through the ice storm of 2009. That was probably, hopefully, the worst event our co-op will ever have. That was a $41 million event. FEMA came in, and between FEMA and the state of Arkansas, they paid 87.5%. $41 million, 87.5%. I hope that doesn't happen again. We were recently told that FEMA will not cover anything on these March storms. Now, April was declared, but those mainly flooding were not that significant. Still cost us a lot of money. The state of Arkansas says they might cover 35% of our expenses from the March storms. Typically, it would be 87.5%. So what that's going to leave us, we would typically have expected to get about $4.5 million from FEMA on the March storms. Instead, we might get $2 million, and that would leave over $4 million that we are going to have to pay for. So that is just an example of how we have to maintain a strong financial footing. No matter the circumstances, I want to stress that your board of directors, your employees, myself, we work for you. If you've read the newsletters, and I don't author maybe but one a year, I've said that repeatedly. You are the owners. You own this place. That's what a co-op is. There's 950-ish of us across the country, and we're all brothers and sisters in the co-op business. We all operate the same way. We all operate in the same business model. The cooperative principles of members' economic participation also includes the retirement of capital credits. And again, I can point to that. And I've got a lot of good friends that work for Entergy. They're a great company. They don't retire capital credits. They send their money to Wall Street. And again, they're friends of mine. I understand it. Many of you, some of you may be investors in Entergy. You may own stock. Their CEO gets up every morning and goes to work to improve their stock price. We don't do that. We don't come to work to improve our stock price because we don't have a stock price. We get up, this staff who works their rear ends off, and these employees out here in the audience who work every day for y'all in your homes, in your yards, you see them on the street, they work for you. None of us in this building, none of these employees come to work worried about stock price, and that's a good thing. We have returned $27 million in capital credits over the past 10 years, $53 million since we were formed, in the form of cash or bill credits under a certain amount. That's what investor-owned utilities don't do. So in closing, and we're going to run down the line here and give you an individual department report on everything that's going on. I ask that if you have questions about what's going on in your co-op, that you come to us, that you ask us the questions that you want answers to. That's what we're here for. We're glad to meet with you in the office anytime. My staff is available. Our employees are available. I know many of you see them out in the field and you ask them questions, and they appreciate it. And we want you to do that. So please stop by if you have any questions. We've got 3 offices, as you know, Ash Flat, Salem, and in Mountain Home. Or you can call us or submit information through our website. So I assure you that today we're going to listen to your concerns, answer your questions, and I hope you pay really close attention to the reports from staff today that will try to fill in the blanks on what's going on in operations. And with that, I will turn it over to Scott Hamby. Scott is the Chief Operating Officer of Next. And by the way, we're all really proud of Next. I'm not going to steal Scott's thunder, but we started talking about this back in 2014, I think. And it's one of the greatest things that we've done, and we're so proud of it. Other than, and he's going to tell you the story, other than when we brought electricity when nobody thought we should, Next is the next greatest thing. Scott?
I always have to watch Mel. I have a speech prepared or whatnot, and every time he'll tell the first 2/3 of it. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up today and allowing us to present. And I'd like to begin by telling you a story, a little bit about the history of Next. But I think in order to do that, I'm going to back up and tell a little bit more history about the electric co-ops. In the early 1930s, President Roosevelt saw the need for rural America to have electricity. He was able to see that with electricity, the rural America could thrive. Others thought that rural America didn't need or deserve electricity. The Rural Electrification Act was introduced, and local regions started forming electric cooperatives and connecting power. Now here we are some 75 years later in 2016, and rural America was lagging behind their urban counterparts again. Folks needed meaningful broadband in order to thrive. They needed access to telehealth, e-learning, work-from-home jobs, etc. Large for-profit ISPs and telcos were spending their money in the cities or places where they could get a faster rate of return. So who answered the call to serve rural America? The co-ops answered. They saw that their members deserved meaningful broadband. They knew how to build something from practically nothing and knew that sometimes it's worth the wait for the return on your investment. With that in mind, NAEC formed Next. Many have asked how we got our name, so I'll tell a quick story. No, he usually steals this part from me. There was a small church in rural Tennessee in the early 1940s. A local farmer had just gotten hooked up to electricity. For the first time in his family's life, they had meaningful light with the flip of a switch. Could you imagine the changes that would bring? Something as simple as reading a book could now be done without having to light an oil lamp and work from a very dim light. Anyway, the minister asked if anybody would like to testify, if they had anything they wanted to say. The farmer stood up and said, "Brothers and sisters, I want to tell you this. The greatest thing on earth is to have the love of God in your heart, and the next greatest thing is to have electricity in your house." Well, now here we are. Fast forward 75 years to 2016, and the first two still hold true. The greatest thing on earth is to have the love of God in your heart. The next greatest thing is to have electricity in your home. But the next greatest thing is fiber high-speed broadband in your home. So Next was born. So we'll continue through the history of just kind of a brief timeline here, but although discussion began much earlier, NAC got serious in the 2013 to 2015 timeframe. They were unsure of the profitability or viability of Next, so they talked to some co-ops in Missouri and other places that were already in the fiber business, and they were being very successful. So in 2016, Next, powered by NAC, was formed. A pilot program was initiated to prove the financial viability of Next and make sure that the project was going to be worth pursuing. The first customers were brought online in December of 2016. Throughout this period, it was basically a 2.5 year period of proving that this program was viable. They continued to connect customers. The board gave approval in mid-2018 for a 5-year project for a full membership build. The first employees were hired in December of 2018. In December of 2018, there were approximately 750 customers online from the pilot program. Full-scale deployment began in January of 2019. As many know, Next received grants from the Connect America Fund and the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This greatly assisted Next in becoming operationally independent and financially in the black in 2022. So the membership mainline build, and this is essentially, this is the backbone fiber that was built around our entire territory to enable to reach each member. That was substantially completed a year ahead of schedule in December 22. We were not expecting to finish that until December of 23. Now, that does not mean we were finished with the build. Obviously, we're still adding drops to individuals' houses, and still to this day are consistently adding customers every week. I mean, it's still growing. So currently, just to give you an idea of the size of what we have going on, Next leases a little over 3,600 miles of mainline fiber and 23,000 drops from the cooperative. So Next does not own the fiber. The cooperative owns the fiber, and Next leases that fiber from them in order to serve you folks. Well, if we can get our clicker to click here. There it goes. So just a little fact here, Next is the largest fiber-based ISP within our 7-county footprint. And other than cellular, Next is the largest ISP in these 7 counties. Cellular, obviously every one of y'all have a cell phone in your hand. Half your kids probably have them, so just by sheer numbers, cellular would outnumber us. But as far as a land-based ISP, if I'd call it that, we are the largest in these 7 counties. Now we're going to watch hopefully, hold on, sorry. Got a little bit more. Next and NAC also have a collaborative relationship that allows both Next and NAC employees to assist one another as needed. That is very important from the sense that, during times of storms and outages and high call volume, it allows us to leverage each other's resources. It allows us to leverage a finance department, an IT department, member services, HR, operations, and especially important is the engineering department. I'm not having much luck with my clicker here. So just to give you a little brief overview of where we're at today, in the year end of 22, we finished up with 16,392 subscribers. In 23, we finished up with 19,420 subscribers. Year into 24, we're at 21,276 subscribers. I will note that early in 24, we met a milestone of 20,000 subscribers, and we did give the lucky 20,000 subscriber in Horseshoe Bend free internet for life. Just to give you an idea of how many people we're talking about, that's 67% of cooperative members have Next services. I'll add a little color to that. And originally, we only expected to have a 20 or 30% take rate, and now we have a 67% take rate. It's been wildly successful. I'll play a little video here that's kind of a testimonial of some folks that moved in here from outside of our area.
Mike and Deborah St. Romain. We've been here 13 years, and we're from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
When we first moved in, we got internet, and it was horrible. It'd be like 12 megs or something, and they thought that was good.
People would come and visit. They'd say, "This is your internet?" You know,
Our son
yeah.
he hated coming because he couldn't do the kind of things he used to do. I knew there was a better way, you know, because we'd seen it. We were very excited when Next, we heard about the rural internet initiative, and when Next was going to come out here. And it wasn't long after we heard that I was down in the office, you know, finding out what I could. My internet bill combined with the streaming stuff is less than I was paying for TV. As you know, we had a tornado here, right? Of course, we lost power, but coming from Louisiana, we have a generator. Even during all the destruction around here, we had internet, we had access to information, which was very important. And the other thing I think is important is consistency of service.
He's a really great guy.
You know, they're good people. You know, I mean, you've been around them. You know, so I mean, they're just good people. In today's world, you can live in the middle of nowhere, but you have got to have good internet. And Next solved that problem for us.
So I'll talk a little bit about this video. You heard a few things in the video, and we have dozens and dozens of these same videos across from people all around the territory. But you heard about the reliable and affordable service. You heard about having what folks have in cities. You heard about quality customer service. And you heard about amazing employees. Here at Next, we truly believe we are the best ISP in the state. Yes, we have excellent speed and affordable price. Yes, it's ultra reliable. But what truly makes best are the employees. Without our employees, we would not be who we are today. Without them, Next would just be another mediocre ISP. These folks truly pour their heart and soul into this company. They truly want to deliver the best customer experience. They give it their all every day, and sometimes that's 7 days a week, you know, until late into the evening. We couldn't do it without them. I tell them that all the time. I mean, they probably think I sound like a broken record, but truly, if you want to be the best, you have to have the best working for you, and that's what we have. And I'll take it one step further. You know, I remember I mentioned we have a collaborative relationship with the co-op. You know, we have a management agreement that allows us to leverage some of the most talented folks in the business. And again, that's the operations folks, the finance folks, the engineering, member services, HR, and IT. Without these folks, we truly couldn't be who we are today, and we wouldn't be the great cooperative that we are in this day and time. Here's a photo of the current Next employees. We currently do have 15 full-time employees. One is missing from this photo he laid out that day. If I can get there we go. As far as what's going on right now, new technology and into the future, we currently are offering an outdoor long-range Wi-Fi solution. That's for folks that may have large backyards, patios, pools, boat docks, whatever it may be. Chances are we can reach you with that outdoor Wi-Fi extender now. In the future, we will be offering Wi-Fi 7 and beyond, whatever's coming up next. We will be offering multi-gig residential services up to 10 gig. And we may even look into possible footprint expansions, but again, those have to be proven financially viable before we will even consider moving into a non-member area. You know, we have to make sure it's going to pay the bills. Somebody's going to have to click for me. My clicker ain't working. So anyway, thank you again for your time, and let me tell the story of Next. I'll now pass this off to our Director of Marketing, Ms. Courtney Varner.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Courtney Varner, Director of Marketing and Business Development for Next, and I would like to start by just discussing 2 goals with everyone. Our primary focuses. These are our subscribers and your experience, and then also reaching those who need our service but haven't quite found us yet. So the subscriber experience. This encompasses subscriber satisfaction, service quality, the user experience, and testimonials like you just saw. And we pride ourselves on the quality of product and hometown local service that we provide. If you pick up the phone and call Next, you're talking to someone local. It may be a friend, a neighbor, and one of these same local people are the ones that show up at your house to help you. And lots of times we're very proud that it only takes hours typically rather than days, that people may have had those experiences before as well. For anyone interested in service, we offer 100 meg, 300 meg, and 1 gig internet speeds, as well as phone service, managed Wi-Fi, router service, and Wi-Fi extenders. And then as Scott mentioned, also a new outdoor Wi-Fi extender. Subscribers can sign up by going online to our website. You can call the office or come into one of our 3 offices as well. For all subscribers, we conduct 3 types of surveys. These are installation surveys, new subscriber surveys, and subscriber satisfaction. And through this, we monitor our Net Promoter Score, which is a quality metric measuring customer loyalty. And this is super important to us. Without your feedback, we can't be the best, and we can't provide the best service for you. So we really appreciate everyone that fills these out and gives us feedback so we can continue to be the best we can be. We are very proud that our Net Promoter Score is an 84, whereas the industry average typically ranges between 2 and 15. And then with our new subscriber surveys, the likelihood of someone to recommend us was 95% for this last year. And how they heard about us, this graph here shows that the biggest portion of how people hear about us are from word of mouth. So just wanted to thank all of our members out there for sharing your experience with your family, your friends, your neighbors. Just continue to spread the word and help people learn about Next that might need our services. Have a few more testimonials here. I'm just going to pop them up on the screen and let you guys read them. It'll just give you a little bit more detail on some of these. Are all from the surveys, so these are some of the things that some of our customers were saying. There's a few more. Everything. I have perfect service for once and very thankful for y'all. And customer retention is a part of the subscriber experience. It's actually one of the most important pieces, and we definitely pay close attention to this because we want to monitor any subscribers that are disconnecting. We want to know why. We want to know if there's something that we can do better, and we want people to be happy with their service. And if they're not, we want you to call us so we can fix it. We have 2 apps. We have the Next Powered by NAEC app, which is a bill pay and trouble ticket app. So this first one, you can go online there. If you want to pay your bill on your phone, it makes it super convenient. If you have an outage or equipment that's malfunctioning in your house, you can put a ticket on there and a technician will give you a call. And then our Next IQ app is our managed Wi-Fi control app. And if you're somebody that's tech savvy and wants to do more things like set priorities, guest Wi-Fi, parental controls, things like that, there are tons of ways that this is a huge value. So I encourage you to download those. And our second goal is expanding our reach. We work hard to ensure every member is reached. Just like the people in the video, anybody out there in our footprint, Next was formed so that each member of the community could have access to the connectivity and live your best quality of life. Our goal is to reach each household in our territory who needs our service, whether it's for school needs, working from home, connecting with family that's far away. We would love to serve you. And where you might see us in the community, we're in lots of areas. This next slide here just shows some of the things that we support. Our communities, our schools, local businesses. We're at Christmas parades, the food bank, volunteer fire departments, libraries, and many others. Even further than this list, it's hard to name them all. These photos here were taken at STEM fairs and career fairs. Something that we're really passionate about is being a huge part of supporting and mentoring kiddos in our area. They're going to be our future leaders in our community, and we try our best to prepare them best we can. Here's another just photo of some cute kiddos. These are some other ways of sponsorships that we're involved in the community. And we would just like to thank you for your time today and the opportunity to serve you. I'm going to turn it over to James Woody, Vice President of Operations.
Good morning. I've got the pleasure of giving you an update on the operations of North Arkansas Electric. And so as we get into this, we cover the areas of construction, maintenance, service work, outage restoration, right-of-way maintenance, supply chain operations, and our vehicle maintenance areas as well. And we strive to do this working safely and to meet the needs of you, our members. Oops. This shows a graph of the makeup of the operations department. You can see several different categories of positions. The lion's share of these are line workers and right-of-way workers, but you can see we also have supply chain, dispatch, operations, which is basically supervision, and mechanics areas. All of these are a very important part of the team and the operation. Without each individual represented here, we couldn't do what we do to serve you in our communities. We're staffed to be able to meet and maintain these needs 24/7, and many times you as a member see them out there working day and night, good or bad, and we're there to serve you. Our service orders just kind of give you an idea of the workload that we go through in a year's time. These are 2024 service order categories, and operations works through these, but also member services and other departments as well. This represents service orders, which would be connects, disconnects, light maintenance, meter changes, even right-of-way maintenance. And the general maintenance category covers several areas of minor maintenance issues. Work orders are basically documents that we use to do line extensions, so build new power line, but also replace power poles, other components on the system that aren't covered by our service order work. And you can see in 2024, the work order load was pretty well balanced between all districts, but lots of work orders throughout a year's time. And in the utility business, obviously, we are very weather dependent, and you see that as, outages occur out on the system. And so, as we experience storms, weather, even hot, cold weather, we tend to have things that we have to do on the power line to maintain them to your home. These are some photos from some of the tornado damage that was back in spring. Our line personnel, in order to be able to handle this, our line personnel, as well as other parts of our department, rotate, and line personnel stay on call. So we have a way to keep someone on call 24/7 to be able to respond to the needs of our membership. This graph represents the outage cases over a period of 3 years, and you see it's from 2022 to 2024. This includes major storms. Now, cases are not an individual person out of power, but a grouping. You can kind of think of it like an outage work order. So this might affect an individual member, or it might be a case that affects a whole circuit or a whole subdivision. You can see we had some spikes in 2023. That was from the snowstorm that we had in January of 2023. And then in 2024, we had the May Memorial Day tornadoes that hit us then. And so you can see how that spikes then here's just an example of the March tornadoes of this year, how we progressed through working through one of these larger outages. So you can see the first day we're hit with a lot of outage cases, and then it progresses downward over a short period of time. You know, within 5 days, the electric system was back up and going fairly well for those that we could build back to. But fiber outages took a little bit longer. It took about another week to get that system back up and going again. So when you take the major storms out of our outage cases, you see that even so, we still have a pretty good fluctuation of outage cases through each month of the year. And so on average, we work about 260 outage cases per month, which could include an individual member, or it could be an entire circuit outage. The causes of these outages we track as well, and this is data from 2024. And you can see that the majority of the causes are either from animals, from trees, or from weather. And so we spend a good portion of time studying our operations to try to see where we need to put our efforts, whether it's into right-of-way, whether it's into animal protection, so forth. This graph represents, you as the member, what your average interruption duration would be. So if you as a member were out of power, on average, you would be out of power approximately 120 minutes or a couple of hours. So if you think about that, we cover 5,000 miles of line, parts of 7 counties, and we do it 24/7. And so to be able to do that and to basically get your power back on average within a couple of hours is pretty good performance. Our right-of-way maintenance, as we talked about these outage causes, we've got a large right-of-way maintenance operation, and it takes in-house crews. We have 3 in-house crews. We also have a number of contract crews that we use to do a lot of this work. Our bulk right-of-way operation, we currently are doing a 7-year cycle, so that means over a 7-year period of time, we circle the whole system and do maintenance on the right-of-ways. Our transmission lines, which are our backbone of our electrical system, we try to get to them more quickly. So we cover those at about a 5-year cycle. We also have lots of tree removals and dead tree issues, and so those are issues that we routinely face as we maintain these right-of-ways. This is a graph showing historically from 2014 till now our right-of-way expenses, and you can see from 2014 up through 2022 there was some fluctuation, and then started to see more expense in 2020, 21, and 22. In those years we were doing a 10-year cycle, and we were seeing how that was affecting outages, service to our members, reliability to our members. And so that, in combination with just our weather climate changing over the last few years, we made the decision to go to a shorter cycle, 7-year cycle, to get around the system. That caused some of this increased cost, but also just the cost of everything else increasing. So as you well know, everything around us has increased, and so in order to be able to hire these things done, it costs more because the contractors and labor and equipment force is costing more. And so in 2024 and 25, you see a drastic increase. And the tree removal and dead tree issues we've tried to address to handle some of the other changing environment. You know, our weather environment's changed a little bit, as you've noticed. We're having higher winds, a little more fire outbreaks, other issues, and so this will help us to mitigate those issues as we move forward. In 2024, we completed 630 miles of right-of-way maintenance, so miles of line, and in that, we had approximately 1,150 dead tree removals and about 1,250 removals with chipping on top of that were live tree removals. We do an annual comparison of all this data, trying to compare and trying to study to see, is there any other way to handle this cheaper? Or is there any other way we can do this by hiring it in-house, or whatever the case may be? And even out of all those studies we do annually, this is still the best option for the cooperative to do to be able to maintain the lines. Supply chain operations, I'd like to go over next. In our supply chain area, we purchase and maintain inventory for each district, and we maintain a warehouse in each district location. We strive to maintain good system reliability and service, and so therefore that boils down into these inventory levels too, because a lot of the material we use, you can't just go buy off the shelf at Walmart or Home Depot, obviously. So we have to make sure we have good inventory on hand to be able to serve you well. This shows you our total inventory over the last 4 or 5 years. Starting in 2020, you saw that our inventory levels increased, and now back down to 2024, it's decreased again. Some of that was due to our fiber build out. Some of the fiber material was passing through our warehouses. And so as the fiber project started closing down, our inventory levels have come back down, but it's sustained at a certain level because we've had to anticipate material needs. And if you could hear the testimony of our supply chain folks, you would see that we went through 2 or 3 years of just really almost monthly running into issues with material and trying to maintain a good inventory. This shows our historical variances. So we do quarterly inventories to maintain our inventory well, also a year-end inventory. And we have good processes in place to maintain these levels. And as you can see, this is a true percentage. It's not a mistake. We are less than 1% variance in most of our inventories as we go throughout the year. So I'm very proud of that, proud of our staff. They've been able to maintain that. And relating to our inventory material, this graph represents the increases we've seen, and this is just a sampling of materials. If we could give you every piece of material out of the warehouse, you'd see a pretty good picture of the same thing. It's various percentage increases, but everything has increased from overhead secondary conductor to primary conductor to transformers, meters, so on and so forth. And we've really done a good job of trying to maintain our control of that and doing our best to find options to buy different materials that would do the same thing at a lesser cost, but still yet we've had these increases. My staff and I would like to thank you for allowing us to serve you in our communities. And we work hard 24/7 to bring reliable power to you. And I thank you for allowing us to do that. So I'll pass it over now to Jason Strong, Vice President of Engineering.
Good morning. My name is Jason Strong, Vice President of Engineering. We have a really good department. We have 15 employees. We have 4 actual degreed engineers. 3 of those are professional engineers licensed in the state of Arkansas. 2 have master electrician licenses. We also have 4 staking technicians who'd meet with you if you needed a new service or any type of work like that. We have 5 engineering technicians, an engineering coordinator, and a GIS or fiber design technician. NAEC continually works to increase system reliability and enhance the overall power system to make sure that it's always available to you. To be able to do that, we maintain, similar to what James said, we have 4,500 miles of distribution line. That's over 100,000 poles that we maintain. We have 150 miles of transmission line, which is really our backbone of our system. And we have 30 substations. In addition to the electrical, we also maintain 3,600 miles of fiber now, which is a significant amount of fiber. And on top of that, we've also built 23,000 fiber drops, which Scott said. And a fiber drop is that last section between the pole or pad mount all the way up to the house. NAEC also tracks our reliability to the customer or member in what we call the average system availability indices or index. And what that does is it means what percentage of the time when a member requests service is it available to you. And you can see here, it's a little bit hard to see in this graph, but in 2024 that value was 99.77. That means 99.77% of the time when a member requests service, that service is available to them. So we're very proud of that. The size of our system that we have also takes a lot of maintenance and capital to keep it operating. We've actually had 2 large transformers that unexpectedly failed, and we were not able to repair it. And these transformers, we went out for bids for them because it's a pretty lengthy process to get one ordered. But one transformer cost $775,000, and they now have went to a 4-year lead time. And just to give you an idea, I think the first one I was involved in was back in 2010. That cost was $228,000 with less than a year lead time. So you can see it's changed how we have to do business a little bit, because between the long lead times of the new transformers, our aging fleet, because a lot of these transformers are getting pretty old, we ended up, and the 2 failures that we ended up ordering 5 of these units just recently. So that's a pretty significant cost, but those are critical in making sure that we're able to serve our members. Other type of equipment that's kind of interesting, you don't always think about that we have to purchase, is obviously meters. We spend a large amount of money on meters, $750,000. They've went up drastically. Reclosers, breakers, also that transformer that sits outside your business or home, that transforms the voltage right there to your house. We spend about $1.6 million, and that was in the last year and a half, 2024 and year-to-date 2025. But if you add up all of that, we call that equipment kind of special equipment, we've spent about $2.6 million on that, and 10 years ago, we spent less than $1 million. So it kind of gives you just an idea of how things have changed a little bit. So I'd like to talk just a little bit about capital improvements. We did just complete a new substation, which we don't have many of these, but we do complete one every few years as load dictates in the North Fork area, and the cost of that was about $2.4 million. And just to give you an idea, the previous one, which I think was 2018, cost $1.4 million. So they were up about $1 million more on that substation build. And we had to build 3 miles of transmission line just to be able to give service to that substation, and the cost was $1.8 million. And we're also, and we hope to energize it, we're hopefully into this week or next week, we're just finishing a rebuild from the North Fork to Pineville. It's an 11-mile transmission line, and the cost of that's about $7.8 million. And to give you an idea, that line was built in the 60s, to give just kind of, so it's served us well, but we kind of actually needed it, and we're upgrading the size of that line as well. And here's just a few pictures, just real quick, so I know it kind of breaks me talking a little bit, but this is a picture of our new substation and just a few of the NAEC employees that kind of helped with that station. And this shows just the new transmission line that serves that station. In addition to the capital projects I just mentioned, like James said, we also do new services and work orders, and we've done 695 of those 2024 and year-to-date 2025 work orders for our members. That's increased capacities and new services. We've also changed out 800 poles, and that's just pole replacements, not new poles going in the ground. And we've also had several upgrade line rebuilds, so we'd take a single-phase line and convert it to 3-phase, which more than triples its capacity. So I kind of want to mention before I go to this last slide, the capital expansion projects that we plan those out years in advance by our engineering department. They do a really good job of making sure that the system has capacity to not only serve our normal load growth, but also they project the future growth and where that's going to be to make sure that the grid has the ability to serve them. So, like I said, it's a lot of work in making all that happen. And kind of lastly here, just kind of want to talk about, I know James hit on it, but to give you, these major storms are obviously an issue to us because you can't plan for them, you can't budget for them, you don't really know how they're going to affect your system, and are you going to have enough material on hand to deal with them. But in May of 2024, and then even again in 2025, we had a couple of tornadoes, windstorms come through, and we had 270 poles that were destroyed in the May one, and 375 that were destroyed in the March. And that's a significant amount of poles to replace. And to do that, we actually had to utilize 100 additional line personnel that we brought in to be able to make those repairs, and that includes fiber as well. So I'd just like to thank you guys for your time today and the opportunity to serve the members. And if you guys ever have questions, similar to what Mel said, please call in, ask us. We've got a really great staff, and we're anxious to help you. So I'm going to introduce Joey Hall, Vice President of IT.
Thank you, Jason. Good job, man. Okay, guys, this is your break from slides. There's my slides. So, my name's Joey Hall. I'm the Vice President of Information Technology. It's really good to see everyone here. I see a lot of familiar faces, all of my buddies, family out there. It's wonderful. Everyone comes together. The NAEC's IT department has 3 full-time employees. We all grew up here in Fulton County. We're all local. And between us, we have 63 years of experience. I like to joke around and say that's like 100 years in any other field. This is actually my 26th annual meeting. I'm very proud to be here. The IT department's on call 24/7 to assist all the employees during storms, regular business hours, weekends. It doesn't matter. The IT department works for the other departments. That's our goal, is to keep everyone working efficiently. My employees are probably tired of hearing me say IT works for you, and that's my motto. The IT department oversees NAEC's technical infrastructure. We ensure all systems are efficient and reliable. A critical part of our responsibilities include implementing and managing cybersecurity protocols and technologies to safeguard sensitive member data and information from cyber threats and breaches. America's electric co-ops are under attack, always, from foreign and domestic adversaries. We have to stay up to date with the latest security technologies and practices. The IT department plays a key role in protecting the organization's digital assets, but it has to be a team effort among all departments. We've recently implemented a new cybersecurity training program for our employees. Every Monday of pay week, everyone gets a new assignment. They've got 2 weeks to complete it and get their points. And I think it's beneficial for everyone. I mean, everyone needs to learn about what they can do to protect themselves on the internet. From the cash register in the lobby to the meter in the field, the IT department plays a key role in making sure everything functions as it should. A little story. On Friday, April 4th, our Salem office flooded. There was a handful of offices that weren't touched by the flood. We had to relocate employees, repair computers, other things, printers that were damaged. But by Monday morning, we had relocated every single employee to a temporary workstation, and we didn't have a lobby because the lobby was flooded, but we were able to work as normal. Monday morning, we lost 0 work time because of the flood. I was very, very proud of my team's effort for that. NAEC's technology aids our operations employees in the field by providing advanced tools and devices that enhance efficiency and safety during daily operations, as well as during storm and outage situations. Real-time data and outage management systems enable quicker response times and more accurate diagnosis of electrical system problems in the field. Because at the end of every day, our goal is to keep the members' lights on and to return every one of our employees home safely to their families. The IT department's goal is to provide technology that allows our employees to serve our members and subscribers to the best of our abilities. Thank you all for being here. It is my pleasure to serve you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leah Rouse, and I'm the VP of Member Services. I'm currently working on my 29th year here at North Arkansas Electric, and to tell you, there's 3 things in my life that I'm passionate about. Number 1 is my faith, number 2 is my family, and number 3 is this cooperative. The people I work with each and every day are my family, and they do everything in their power to serve the members of NAEC to the best of their abilities. Organizations like NAEC and their commitment to communities is what makes us unique, and why we should do everything in our power to follow the golden rule and treat others as we would want to be treated. Up until 2025, Member Services consisted of 21 employees, including myself. In 2024, we had 3 retirements, all of which were in the Salem office. I took that opportunity to evaluate our workload and productivity. And as a result, I made the financially responsible decision to reduce headcount and not replace a retiring employee, saving the cooperative and its members labor and overhead. Of the 20 employees that are employed full-time in member services, we take approximately 670,000 member payments a year. And we're proud of the fact that we have multiple payment methods, one of which is the IVR, which is an automated phone payments. You can call and talk to one of the member services representatives over the phone. We have automatic bank draft by debit and credit card. You can pay on the mobile app, payments through our online portal. You can mail in your payment, you can walk in and pay, and you can drive through. Member service employees are the ones you talk to during major outages. We assist the dispatchers. We're the voices on the other end of the line doing our best to give you the latest information regarding outages. We are your friends, we are your neighbors, and we are local. During major outages, we coordinate getting our linemen fed and lodging for those that are called in for mutual aid. And I can promise you, feeding 250 linemen at the end of a long day can be quite challenging. During major outages, we provide various ways for our members to report outages. You can report the outage via our mobile app, through our outage viewer online, or calling us 24/7. And while we're speaking of outages, this year has given us our fair share of weather events, from the tornado in March to the flood in April. While tornadoes are something we're somewhat accustomed to, having a fish swim in our break room is definitely not. We took the flood in April in stride and set up a makeshift cashier station in the Orange Room lobby. And then we moved it to the main lobby until we could get everything operational. All the while, member service employees were flexible and adjusted immediately to the daily changing work environment. NAEC is also proud of the fact that we have low-interest funds available to members to borrow for energy efficiency improvements to their home. In 2024, we loaned low-interest money in the amount of $870,755 to NAEC members, and in 2023, it was over $1 million. Efficiency measures include heat pump loans, added insulation, replacing doors and windows, and much more. Along with these loans, we provide energy audits at no charge to our members and give them recommendations on how to improve the energy efficiency of their home. In 2024, we completed 96 energy audits with our members. We also address high bill complaints from members and do our best to determine the cause of high usage. That said, we understand the hardship this puts on our members. Member Services works with members on extensions and delayed payment agreements. We have a great working relationship with area LIHEAP agencies, that's the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Programs, to help members with their bills. In 2024, NADC and Ozark Opportunities contributed more than $400,000 toward helping members pay their electric bills. And furthermore, I have personally witnessed NAEC employees pay bills for members in need. In 2024, member services employees typed up several thousand service orders ranging from connects, disconnects, outdoor light connects, repairs, meter changes, increased capacity, and much more in all 3 districts. And then we update those service orders in our software once the linemen have completed the work. And James mentioned these service orders in his earlier slides. In addition, we complete monthly billing of 38,000 plus electric accounts, and we also bill for over 350 energy efficiency loans. In closing, I want to share one way NAEC gauges how we're doing in our members' eyes, and that's through surveys. We have participated in the American Customer Satisfaction Index for several years, and it measures overall satisfaction and how we meet our members' expectations. Most recently, NAEC received a 90. In comparison, the average investor-owned utility, that would be like Entergy, received a 72. In overall member satisfaction, 92% of participants ranked NAEC an 8, a 9, or a 10 on a 10-point scale. NAEC scores was driven by high marks in providing reliable electric service, delivering good value for the money, and restoring service quickly after an outage. Although we're proud of that 90, we always strive to improve the quality of life of our members and want to see that number increase. While I've listed a small portion of the work done in member services, I can assure you each one of the employees in member services takes to heart the fact that our members are not customers. They are member owners, and we all work hard for the person at the end of the line. I'm going to turn it over now to Tori Moss. She's our Director of Marketing and Communications.
Thank you. All right. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today about how NAEC is involved in our communities and the ways we communicate with members. Of the 7 cooperative principles, the 2 I am involved with daily are education, training, and information, as well as concern for community. We have several programs to educate our members as well as their children on electric safety. Scott Davis and his Making Accidents Disappear electric safety show entertains elementary age students while teaching electric safety. Your kiddos might have come home in the past talking about Sparky and the need to stop, look, and think before using electricity. NAEC's Tabletop Electric Safety Village also is aimed to elementary students, and it gives them ways to stay safe around their home and outside. We also have a high voltage safety trailer demonstration that shows firsthand the dangers of coming into contact with energized lines. We've shared that program with students, first responders, and other adults in the communities that we serve. In addition to bringing electric safety programming to schools, we regularly participate in career and STEM events. A few in the past year include Calico Rock Elementary School Earth Day, Highland High School Ag Fair, Izard County Middle School STEM Career Day, and career events at Mountain Home High School, Salem Elementary School, and Mammoth Spring High School. We actually just got done teaching little preschoolers about line work. We also support community events such as our county fairs, festivals, and nonprofit fundraisers. Here are Mike, Tyler, and Chris grilling hot dogs at the Fulton County Fair Kids Day that the co-op sponsors last year. And on the left, Chase is doling out treats to a dinosaur at Salem Chambers Trunk or Treat. And Joey is in the driver's seat helping Santa close out the Salem Christmas Parade. As I mentioned, concern for community is a key co-op principle. NAEC gave almost $80,000 to local organizations in 2024. Groups we supported and continue to support include law enforcement agencies, school districts, athletic programs and clubs, chambers of commerce, summer ball programs, Ozarka College, ASU Mountain Home, Spring River Innovation Hub, Baxter Health and its support houses, Ozark Gateway Tourist Council, and Food Bank of North Central Arkansas, and I can attest there's many more. Our single largest community outreach effort is our Soul Power Project. Each fall, we buy around 860 pairs of athletic shoes and give them to third graders in the public schools, the 12 school districts in our service area. Handing out shoes to excited students is a highlight for many employees, myself included. A great way to develop future leaders in our communities is the Electric Cooperative Youth Tour. NAEC sends 4 teenagers on the all-expense paid trip to the nation's capital each summer. They join other Arkansas co-op teenagers and others from across the nation for a week of exploring monuments, museums, and memorials, and learning about the beauty of the co-op business model. Here is Allison, Kira, Callie, and Hayden representing NAEC in 2024 on last year's trip. And Arkansas's 2025 Youth Tour group is actually in Washington right now, and so we hope that they are having a great time. I know they are, and will return home safely on Friday. Now, next year's high school juniors will find an application for the 2026 Youth Tour at naeci.com and with school counselors by February 1st. We recruit employees who work at other Arkansas Electric co-ops to interview the applicants and select the 4 winners each year to keep that process as fair as possible. Another way that we support teenagers is through Operation Roundup Scholarship Program. Members who want to help students can enroll their electric accounts in Operation Roundup. Those who enroll have their bill rounded up to the next dollar each month. That change averages about $6 a year for each account. It's put in an Operation Roundup fund and awarded as scholarships and donations to local nonprofit organizations. The 5 members who volunteer on the Operation Roundup Board of Trustees will meet next week to decide which high school students will be awarded this year. Last year, 18 students received scholarships. Almost $270,000 has been awarded to students since NAEC began Operation Roundup, and I want to thank all of y'all who participate, and we will definitely take anyone else that wants to join Operation Roundup. Moving on to communications methods, we have the messenger included in each member's electric statement. We use it to share energy efficiency and safety information, as well as news on upcoming or past events, programs, and services. And Arkansas Living is the other print publication we use to educate and inform members. The 3 pages toward the center of each issue have content specific to NAEC. I try to make it engaging, but it's hard to compete with those recipes and trivia. The archives of both the Messenger and Arkansas Living Center pages are found at naeci.com. It also includes a wealth of information on our programs and services, as well as a link to the NAEC portal. The portal and its companion app allow members to view and pay their bill, report an outage, and view their usage using the same login info. If you're not on the app or on the portal, we'd be happy to help. Just stop by our office or call. Another way that we keep members informed is via NAEC's Facebook page. You can find it at facebook.com/NorthARElectric. We share electric safety and energy efficiency information, as well as updates during widespread outages or on upcoming events. I'd encourage you to follow NAEC's page for information directly from the source. My one request would be that you don't report an outage via Facebook. An outage report needs to reach the dispatcher that is on duty immediately, and I sleep sometimes. You can report an outage using one of these 3 methods that Leah and I think James had mentioned: NAEC's app, the outage viewer web page, there's a form in the top right, and the phone number. In closing, I'd like to encourage anyone with questions about the co-op in general or their service in particular to reach out to us. We are here to help. Thank you for your time this morning. I'll turn it over to Lacey Johnson, our VP of HR.
Thank you, Tori. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and give you an update on our human resources activity. I'd like to start by giving you a total count of our employees. We're at 125 on the NAEC side, and that's 122 full-time and 3 part-time, which are the weekend dispatchers that you get when you call in after hours on the weekends. And then on the next side, we have 15 employees. As far as safety performance, I've included our 2024 performance. You can see that we had 8 OSHA recordable incidents on the NAEC side and 1 on the next. Our employees do an excellent job keeping themselves safe and looking out for one another, considering the hazardous work that they do. I am proud to say that these, and it's unfortunate that we had any, but they are comprised of things like lacerations, sprains and strains, and involve no electrical contact injuries. So, and then for year-to-date 2025, we're off to a better start, and we have only experienced 2 OSHA recordable injuries on the co-op side and none for next. I'd like to take an opportunity to brag on our safety committee. We do have a safety committee that's comprised of employees from across both organizations and all 3 locations. They're a really engaged team, and I'm very proud of the project that they've just completed and introduced a new safety program called the Safety Bucks program. And I've included a screenshot here of the really cool safety portal that they've put together with the help of our fabulous IT department. Employees can earn points, or safety bucks, as we like to call them, by doing positive things for safety. And they can log into this neat safety portal, and they can cash those points in for merchandise with company logos on them. So again, I cannot take any credit for this. This is 100% our employees' work in the safety committee. So thanks to all you guys. I think it's really awesome. One of the other great results of our safety committee is the addition of safety posts in our parking lot areas. There was a suggestion that was brought forward by an employee to the safety committee, and we were able to take action on it. They wanted to improve the safety for members and employees that not only walk on the sidewalks, but also that are working or are seated in the exterior wall area of the offices in the unlikely event that there was a storefront crash. Lo and behold, there was just a storefront crash that happened to one of our next door neighbors in Mountain Home. Luckily, no one was hurt, but there was a medical emergency involved. A car went through the building. So we're relieved that we've got these posts in place now. They're in Mountain Home and Salem, and they're going to be installed in Ashplatte as well. One of the other things I wanted to give you an update on is our, it's called a RESAP certification. RESAP stands for Rural Electric Safety Achievement Program. It is a program offered through our National Association, NRECA, and it essentially is an indicator that the cooperative is in compliance with all safety regulation and is committed to maintaining a high level of safety performance. We received our certification in 2019, and we have to recertify every 3 years, and that involves an on-site inspection and a lot of detailed information to be submitted. We recertified in 2022, and we're going to recertify again in November of this year. One of the best things about that, in addition to the fact that it means we're all being very safe, is that it gives us a 5% discount on our liability insurance premiums. And those are quite costly, and they continue to increase. You can see that we have a biannual renewal. When we renewed in 2023, our premiums were $291,000. They increased 33% in the last 2 years, and this year they were $387,000. On the next side, we saw a 74% increase, going from $26,000 to $45,000. So that 5% discount was a little bit of a help there. Wanted to give you a quick snapshot of our last employee satisfaction survey, which was conducted by an outside group called Inside Information in March of last year. You can see that 85% of our employees reported being overall satisfied with their job. So 85% scored either 8, 9, or 10 on a 10-point scale to that question. So we're happy with those results and always strive to continue and to improve in this area. Another program that I wanted to tell you about is our volunteerism program. So in addition to all the community involvement that you have seen from Leah and Tori's slides and Courtney's as well, we have a program now where employees can choose to volunteer their own time for nonprofit organizations that are near and dear to their heart. Schools, churches, softball fields, and things like that. We allow our employees 1 paid day off per year to go volunteer at those organizations. So we think it's a great program. We introduced that in 2019. We've seen some utilization, and we're continually looking for ways that we can help encourage that participation. Another thing that's very important to us here at the co-op is veteran recognition. We have 4 employees that are military veterans. We used to have 7, but we had 3 to retire. But now we have 4, and we're very proud of those folks. And in 2019, we began a program where we'd like to honor them by giving them an additional paid day off each year. So we present them with a certificate, we give them an extra paid day off, just as a small thank you. In addition to this, last fall, we decided it would be a great idea to designate one premier upfront parking spot at each of our 3 locations for all military veterans or active duty personnel that are our members that are coming by to come in and see us or pay their bill or what have you, make their walk into the office a little bit more convenient. Another thing that I wanted to tell you about is regards to retiree benefit coverage. We made a change for our retirees that are Medicare eligible in their supplemental program that they have. We changed the provider from Blue Cross Blue Shield to the Hartford, and this resulted in, it was pretty much a win-win. It saved the co-op $39,000 per year estimated by making this change. And at the same time, it was no negative impact to the retirees. It's essentially the same coverage. It's actually better customer service that we receive for our retirees as well as administrative services. One of the questions that has been brought up that we wanted to address today is the issue of board compensation. I wanted to explain that the board members do not receive salary or bonuses. They receive a per diem for each meeting day that accounts for their time spent for and attending the meetings, preparing for and attending meetings. The board's responsible for governance of a $400 million enterprise that consists of both organizations, NAEC and Next. And in 2019, the board made a decision to discontinue providing medical insurance to newly elected directors. And for tax purposes, board members receive a Form 1099 each year that includes a total of their per diem, travel reimbursement, and medical insurance if applicable. And the last topic I wanted to talk with you about this morning is employee compensation. As Mel mentioned earlier, we have a special guest here, Winston Tan, and I'm going to turn it over to him in just a moment to give you just a brief overview of how our compensation program works.
Thank you. Great change. Thank you very much. My firm, as Mel may have mentioned, is in Tandem, and I'm not from these parts. I'm based out of Spokane, Washington. But what's most helpful here for all of you is that we have a bit of a niche business. And our business is to support utilities all across the country in trying to identify what is fair, reasonable, and effective compensation and market rates. So that's what we do. My kids don't really know too much about this either, but we have a very, very specific niche because cooperatives have a special stewardship that they have to maintain. They have to be able to attract and retain key employees to keep the lights on, and yet at the same time, as you heard today, they have a very clear, direct responsibility to ensure that the members at the end of the line are being treated fairly and effectively as well. And co-ops have to balance that transparency. So that's our job, to help co-ops all across the country to be able to identify what is fair and equitable and try to deliver that in a prudent manner and effective manner to their employees. We have an internal equity program that we look at how each job works within each cooperative, and we have a way to look out at the labor market to identify what is the utility market, what are competitive rates, what's not too much, what's not too little, what is just right. And that's what we tool in. And we've had the privilege to be able to work with North Arkansas for 20 years now. And I can't believe I'm that old. But in that case, that's how long we've been doing this. And we certainly appreciate the opportunity to help with that.
Thank you, Winston. I want to thank everyone for their time this morning and allowing me to present an update to you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Julie Haney, our CFO.
All right, good morning. My name is Julie Haney, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Cooperative and Next. I have almost 24 years of professional accounting experience, and I'm entering my 13th year with the Cooperative. Before we get into a discussion regarding the financial state of the Cooperative, I would like to talk specifically about our Finance and Accounting Department. I have the pleasure to work with an awesome group of very seasoned team members with not only a lot of expertise in electric cooperative accounting, but also in other industries. Our department consists of 6 employees, including myself, with 149 total years of professional accounting experience. 90 years of those experience are right here at North Arkansas Electric Cooperative. Every one of the employees within the department have their bachelor's degree in accounting, with 3 employees, including myself, having their CPA license. With an average length of tenure within the department of 15 years, there is a lot of electric cooperative accounting knowledge and experience within our department. I would rival the quality, professionalism, and competence of our accounting team to any cooperative across the country. We make a great effort to attend trainings offered by the state, regional, and national electric cooperative accountants organizations that are specifically held for electric cooperative accountants. There is always a lot changing within our industry, and it's important for us to stay on top of all the changes to help best manage the cooperative. My department takes great pride in the work that we do, working on behalf of the membership with honesty and integrity every single day. I'm going to jump right into the 2024 financial update for the cooperative, but first I want to lay some groundwork and discuss the background and various complexities of our financials. We have received this question a lot lately. Is the cooperative audited by an outside entity? The answer to that question is yes. We are audited each year on an annual basis, currently by Forvis Mazars, a top 10 accounting firm. We are also periodically audited by the Rural Utilities Service, or RUS. Our fiscal year runs from January to December, and typically the audit commences in February of each year. The consolidated audit, which includes NAEC and NEXT, typically spans a 2-week period. The audit is required by our lenders, RUS, CFC, and CoBank, and also our regulators, the Arkansas Public Service Commission. The audit provides assurances to the cooperative stakeholders, our lenders, regulators, and members, about the reliability and accuracy of our financial data. The audit report produced as a byproduct of the audit is based on generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, and it also ensures compliance with RUS accounting standards. It provides an independent auditor's opinion on the accuracy and fairness of the financial statements. It also validates financial information, ensuring the financials are in compliance with GAAP and RUS accounting standards. As the board of directors is the primary audience of the audit report, the audit report and any findings, if applicable, are presented to the board each year, typically in the April board meeting. For the 2024 financials, the cooperative received a clean opinion, meaning it was free of any material misstatements and that proper controls are in place to detect such misstatements. We are very proud and take much pride in having maintained clean opinions on our financial statements. It is a direct reflection of the great work that not only my department does, but all of the other employees and departments within the cooperative that interface with our billing and accounting systems. It's a team effort. The audited financial statements, or the audit report, are one of the types of financial statements utilized by the cooperative. As I mentioned, the audited financials within the audit report are prepared and presented with GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. RUS requires that the cooperative prepare an annual RUS Form 7 and submit it to RUS, in addition to the annual audit report. It is RUS's standard financial statements for electric cooperatives. These financials are prepared in accordance with RUS standards, and there are some classification differences on the statement of margins, specifically between operating and non-operating margins, and within the balance sheet. We provide our auditors with our year-end Form 7 each year as part of the audit. On an annual basis, the annual report is mailed out to members with financial information for the previous year. Within the annual report, a statement of margins for NAEC is included and based on the RUS Form 7. Additionally, each month, a comprehensive set of financials, as well as statements of margins by division, are completed and provided to the board as part of their monthly board package. I think it's important to note here that in the beginning of what we called the Fiber Project, which included NEXT, a very conscious decision was made by the board and management to not allow our electric members and ratepayers to subsidize our fiber system. Our expectation was that fiber revenue needed to pay for fiber expenses. That is why, within our financials, there are 2 divisions that we track and monitor, the electric division and fiber division. We evaluate both of these business divisions or segments independently for financial strength and viability, and to ensure that there are no cross-subsidies between the divisions. We also evaluate them as a whole. Within NAEC consists both the electric division and the fiber division. The electric division operates under state law as a not-for-profit and includes all of the revenue and expenses for the distribution and delivery of electricity to our members. The fiber division operates as a for-profit and includes the revenue and expenses to lease fiber and provide management services to our subsidiary Next. NAEC is required to meet specific debt covenants, which are enforced by our lending institutions. These debt covenant calculations are based on NAEC as a whole, which includes both the electric and fiber divisions, as stipulated in our loan contracts. Next, a wholly owned subsidiary of NAEC only contains the fiber division. It operates as a for-profit and includes the revenue and expenses related to the delivery of broadband services to subscribers. The net income from Next is included as part of NAEC's non-operating margins per the RUS Form 7 and GAAP requirements. Within the annual report, which you should have received in the mail, we present historical financial statements for the years 22, 23, and 24. In the prior years, 2022 and 2023, on the condensed statement of margins, we did not split out operating margins or non-operating margins by division, electric versus fiber. We have added that detail for you in 2024. We did not restate or change our total operating margins, total non-operating margins, or total margins in the annual report for those years. The additional detail that was provided by division within the operating margins and non-operating margins sections was added in 2024 to give the members additional information and transparency. To make 2024 comparative, we had to add that information in for the years that are presented in the annual report you received, agree to our audited financial statements. This slide shows NAEC's condensed statement of margins that was included in the 2024 annual report that members recently received in the mail. For 2024, NAEC had total margins of $9.8 million, which include both the electric and fiber divisions. Of the $9.8 million in total margins, there were operating margins of $1.6 million. The electric division had negative operating margins of $2 million, while the fiber division had positive operating margins of $3.6 million. Non-operating margins of $8.2 million made up the remainder of the $9.8 million in total margins. The electric division had positive non-operating margins of $4.2 million, while the fiber division, which includes Next net income, had positive non-operating margins of $4 million. I have included this slide just to show you how we track by division for internal reporting purposes. Electric versus fiber accounts are tracked in our general ledger by account so that it's very easy to identify. The board receives this breakout monthly and it's discussed within the board meetings. This graph shows total margins for NAEC and the composition of those margins between the electric and fiber divisions. Blue represents electric and red represents fiber. In 2022, NAEC had $7.6 million in total margins, and as you can see, those margins were split pretty evenly between the electric and fiber divisions. In 2023, NAEC had $7.7 in total margins, and you can see in that year, the margins from the fiber division overtook the margins from the electric division. There was only approximately $1 million in total electric margins in 2023. As we move forward into 2023 and 2024, the fiber margins take up most of the total margins, with the electric division making up only a small portion of margins, due primarily to declining electric operating margins. In 2024, total margins were $9.8 million. Total margins from the electric division in 2024 were approximately $2.2 million, with all of those margins coming from non-operating margins, mainly from paper capital credit retirements, not cash, from related entities. I have more detail on this in a future slide. Total margins from the fiber division in 2024 were approximately $7.6 million, with $5.7 million of that derived from federal and state grants that will expire in years 2029 to 2032. This graph will show you operating margins by year. Total operating margins are shown in green, electric division operating margins are shown in blue, and fiber division operating margins are shown in red. The year 2022 is on the bottom, 23 in the middle, and 24 at the top. Looking at the year 2022, there were $5 million in total operating margins. Once again, like the previous graph you saw, you can see that the distribution of margins between the electric and fiber divisions was pretty evenly split. That changed in 2023 and 24 as we saw deterioration in our electric operating margins. In 2023, NAEC had total operating margins of $3.2 million, with $4.3 from fiber and negative $1.1 million from the electric division. In 2024, NAEC had total operating margins of $1.6 million, with $3.6 from fiber and negative $2.0 million coming from the electric division. On the non-operating margins side, this graph will show you that by year. 2022 is in blue, 23 in red, and 2024 is green. I know this is one of the harder slides to read. But this breaks it down, our non-operating margins down by electric division non-operating margins, capital credit allocations, and fiber division non-operating margins. Electric division non-operating margins include such items as interest income and other miscellaneous margins. Capital credit allocations are paper allocation notices that are received from related entities, the largest one being AECC, our power provider. This is not cash received, but a promise to pay in the future and is recorded as an investment in income at the time we receive the allocation. This is according to RUS accounting. Actual cash retired by these entities to NAEC in 2024 was approximately $1.5 million. Fiber division non-operating margins primarily include the margins of our subsidiary Next, as well as fiber interest income. Total non-operating margins for 2024 were $8.2 million. Looking at the trends in this graph, you can see that non-operating margins have been trending upwards since 2022. In 2024, we saw substantial growth in capital credit allocations. Once again, this is not cash, and in the fiber division non-operating margins. $4.2 million of the $8.2 million non-operating margins came from the electric division, with $3.6 million in capital credit allocations and $641,000 in electric division non-operating margins. 4.0 of the $8.2 million non-operating margins came from the fiber division, with over $3.6 million relating to earnings from Next. This graph depicts our electric energy sales over the past 3 years. This represents the revenue derived from the sale of electricity to our members. I'm going to primarily compare 24 to 23, but you'll note looking at this slide that from 22 to 23, there was a substantial decrease in electric energy sales. In 22, we had a record kilowatt hour sales of nearly 660 million kilowatt hours, combined with very high fuel costs that year that were passed along to our members. For 2024, electric energy sales were 73.8 million and were flat year over year, increasing only slightly by 141,000 or 0.2% over 2023. Kilowatt hours sold increased 11 million kilowatt hours for total kilowatt hours sold of approximately 625 million. Despite the AECC pass-through rate increase effective with the April 1st, 2024 bills, the average monthly revenue per meter stayed consistent with the prior year and down substantially from 2022, primarily due to lower fuel costs passed along to our members in 2024 compared to 23 and 22. The average revenue per kilowatt hour sold actually decreased from 13.06 cents in 2023 to 11.79 cents in 2024. The average monthly revenue per meter was consistent at approximately $158 each month. As noted in the chart, typically our residential kilowatt hour use is less than 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. NAEC ranks as having one of the lowest average residential usage kilowatt hour usage per month in the state. We're 14th out of the 17 distribution co-ops, but we rank as the fifth largest distribution system in the state. So what does that mean? We sell near the least amount of kilowatt hours in the state per month, but we have one of the largest systems. This means it costs our members more per meter. Something to note is that we don't control the quantity of our electric sales. We are weather dependent, and our revenue is based on usage. This slide shows the new net members per month for the years 21 through 24. As you can see, our net members have trended down since 2021. In 2024, we added 181 new members, which is an increase of 0.6% of growth for our total membership. Back in 2021, the growth rate was closer to 1%. Despite the slow growth in membership over the past 4 years, the impact to net revenue is minimal. As an example, with 181 new members added in 2024, that is additional annual revenue of approximately $172,000. With approximately 50% of revenue being paid for the cost of power, that leaves approximately $86,000 in additional annual net revenue. All this to say, we are not a fast-growing co-op, and this growth rate isn't able to keep pace with the inflated expenses we have experienced. This graph shows our other electric revenue over the past 3 years. It represents the revenue derived from miscellaneous revenue and includes revenue from both the electric and fiber divisions. Slightly less than 10% of this is derived from the electric division, while the other 90% comes from the fiber division. On the electric division, this includes miscellaneous service revenue and rent from our electric property, primarily pole attachments, while the fiber side includes rent from our fiber property. The revenue derived from the rent of our fiber property is utilized to pay for all fiber expenses. The increases over the 3 years are primarily due to the increased rental income from our fiber property. This graph depicts our purchase power or cost of power expenses from Arkansas Electric Cooperative Corporation over the past 3 years. This represents the direct cost of the power that was sold to our members. It includes the cost of energy purchases, demand charges, fuel cost, and regional transmission organization expenses. Once again, you'll notice we had record power purchases of over 700 million kilowatt hours in 2022, combined with very high fuel costs that account for the large increase in costs you see in 2022. For 2024, purchase power expenses were $39.5 million and were flat year over year, increasing over only slightly $743 over 2023. Kilowatt hours purchased increased almost 13 million kilowatt hours for total kilowatt hours purchased of approximately 666 million kilowatt hours. Despite the AECC pass-through rate increase effective with the April 1st, 2024 bills, the average monthly cost per kilowatt hour stayed consistent with the prior year and even decreased slightly and down substantially from 2022, primarily due to lower fuel costs of over $2 million that were passed along to our members in 2024 compared to 2023. The average cost per kilowatt hour purchase decreased from 7 cents in 2022 to just under 6 cents in 2024. The net revenue after cost of power increased only slightly by $140,000 in 2024 for the electric division and $529,000 for the fiber division. This slight increase in electric division net revenue is not enough to offset the increased costs experienced in 2023 and 2024. This graph includes the major categories of controllable expenses for NAEC, including operations and maintenance expense for our transmission and distribution system, consumer accounts expense, consumer service and informational expenses, and administrative and general expense. 98% of these expenses relate to the electric division, while approximately 2% relate to the fiber division. Once again, any expenses seen here are recouped through our fiber rental income and not through our utility rates. Over the past 3 years, our controllable expenses have increased approximately 6%, 4%, and 4% respectively each year. The increase in controllable expenses of approximately $1 million from 2023 to 2024 is largely driven by an increase in right-of-way clearing expenses of $1.3 million, an increase in meter operations expense of $630,000, and an increase in labor expense of $250,000. These increases were offset by decreases in outage expenses of $920,000 and herbicide treatment of $240,000. Note that we had large outages and tornadoes in May 2024 that became a FEMA event of approximately $4 million. These costs were largely capitalized due to the new plant being put into service and old plant being retired. These amounts are not reflected in the controllable expenses. Once again, this flat net revenue we have experienced does not offset these increased costs. And despite being the 5th largest cooperative in the state, NAEC's total controllable expenses per consumer ranked 10th out of the 17 distribution co-ops in the state. This graph depicts our depreciation expense for NAEC over the past 3 years. It also includes any amortization on leased assets. It includes both depreciation expense for the electric division and the fiber division, with the electric division comprising approximately 76% of the expense and the fiber division comprising approximately 24% of the expense. For 2024, depreciation expenses were $11.8 million and increased $457,000 or 4% over 2023. As we continue to invest in new infrastructure and plant, depreciation is going to continue to rise. In 2024, NAEC made investments of approximately $22 million in new plant and fixed asset additions. This graph depicts our interest expenses over the past 3 years. It includes both interest expense for the electric division and the fiber division, with the electric division comprising approximately 70% of the expense and the fiber division 30% of the expense. Interest expense related to the electric debt is recovered through our electric utility rates and the cost of debt rider, while any interest expense related to fiber debt is recovered through rental income of our fiber property. In other words, our members do not pay and have not paid for any interest on fiber debt through their utility rates on their bill. For 2024, interest expenses were $5.6 million and increased $261,000 or almost 5% over 2023. The majority of this increase is due to interest on fiber debt, which is recouped through fiber rental income. This graph depicts our provision for income taxes for the fiber division over the past 3 years. This relates to the fiber division only and is not recovered through rates, but through the fiber rental income. 2022 was the first year that the fiber division showed a profit, so a cumulative tax entry to reflect the past was recorded, which is why the amount in 2022 is so much higher than the other years. For 23 and 24, the provision for income taxes are estimates of the taxes that we expect to pay in the future for deductions taken to defer the payment of taxes. These are not taxes that we have paid, but estimates of taxes that may be paid in the future due to the fiber operations. On December 31st, 2024, NAEC's total assets totaled approximately $350 million. This is a 6% increase in assets over 2023. The increase in assets is largely due to increases in our investments in our utility plant or infrastructure of approximately $22 million. We had some large projects ongoing in 2024, as Jason and James previously mentioned, including the Galatia substation and transmission line, Norfolk Pineville transmission line, upgrades to substation transformers and regulators, and many other various system improvement projects. Additionally, included in the plan additions are that approximately $4 million in damages sustained to our system due to the May 2024 tornadoes that ravaged our territory. We did receive approximately $266,000 in damage reimbursements from FEMA for right-of-way clearing, which affected our statement of margins. However, at December 31st, 2024, we had not yet received $2.7 million in reimbursements from FEMA related to this federally declared disaster. We did finally receive those funds in June of 2025. In 2024, we submitted reimbursements to RUS for $17.9 million for new debt draws related to our fiber plant. This debt is being repaid for by fiber earnings only. Additionally, we drew down debt of $1.2 million related to the Rural Energy Savings Program, RESP, at a 0% interest rate. This relates to reimbursement for energy efficiency loans that we have previously made to our members. There was no new debt for the electric system taken on in 2024, which is evidenced by our cost of debt rider, which continues to be a credit on members' bills each month. In 2024, we retired capital credits to our members via check or bill credit of $2.2 million. A portion of the retirement for 2024 was to the year 2022 and to newer current members, and a portion to the year 2000, our oldest year outstanding. We utilize an 80% FIFO and a 20% LIFO methodology to return capital credits to our members. As Mel mentioned, the Cooperative has retired $27 million in the past 10 years back to our members and $53 million since our inception in 1939. NAEC had positive year-to-date cash flow from operations of over $18 million, which includes both the electric and fiber divisions. Nearly $24 million of this cash flow was used in investing activities, with most of that relating to new plant additions. An additional $9 million was provided through financing activities. As an RUS borrower, our loan contracts require that we meet certain debt service covenants and maintain certain levels for those covenants. CFC and CoBank also have similar debt service covenants. Approximately 90% of our outstanding loan balance is due to RUS. RUS expects their borrowers to design their utility rates based on their operating electric margins rather than total margins. The primary debt service covenant ratios include the times interest earned ratio, TIER, operating times interest earned ratio, or OTIER, the debt service coverage ratio, or DSC, and the equity as a percentage of assets ratio. The first three previously mentioned ratio typically represent a measure of the borrower's ability to repay its long-term debt using different methodologies. Our most under pressure ratio is currently OTIER, with a minimum requirement of 1.10 due to declining electric operating margins the past 2 years. However, the calculations for each of these ratios not only includes the electric division, but also the fiber division of NAEC. This is a snapshot of our debt service covenant calculations on December 31st at year end. At December 31st, 2024, our equity as a percentage of assets was 36.9%, our TIER was 2.77, debt service coverage ratio was 2, and our OTIER was 1.54. Each of these ratios met the requirements in our loan contract at year end. However, as I mentioned in the last slide, OTIER is the most under pressure ratio, and we saw it decline from 2.23 in 2022, 1.81 in 2023, and 1.54 in 2024. These declines are a direct reflection of the declining and negative electric margins in 2023 and 2024. And as a reminder, these calculations do not only just include the electric division, but also margins from the fiber division. All of our debt service calculations are dictated by RUS. This is the formula of OTIER from RUS. For 2024, it takes operating margins of $1.6 million, adds back interest on long-term debt of $5.6 million, and then adds back certain cash payments received from capital credits of outside entities of $1.4 million. The sum of these amounts is divided by our interest on long-term debt of $5.6 million. Cash from capital credits is added back as part of the formula and is not the paper credit allocation shown on the statement of margins. I'm now going to move from the 2024 financials into a discussion regarding the 2025 rate increase. This slide shows the history of the cooperative's rate increases over the past 25 years, from 2000 to 2024. The cooperative has control over the retail rate increases, but does not directly control the wholesale rate increases. Over the past 25 years, retail rate increases have totaled 20.74%, and wholesale rate increases have totaled 16.28%, for a total rate increase of 37.02%, or 1.48% per year. The cumulative inflation rate for that same period, the past 25 years, was 63.2%, nearly double our cumulative rate increase percentages. So what steps do we take to determine when we need a rate increase? First, the financial health of the cooperative is monitored monthly by the board and management. The board receives monthly financials as well as in-depth financial reports on at least a quarterly basis and discusses any financial red flags. We also seek input and guidance from experts, including our rate consultants, Toth & Associates, and our auditors and tax financial advisors with Forvis Mazars. There is also direction given our bylaws that we will operate at a sufficient profit for our lenders and the allocation of taxable margins back to our members. When the co-op needs to raise monies to maintain plant, expand plant, hire employees, pay capital credits, the members are committed to provide the capital required for the co-op to achieve such sustainability. In April of 2024, we had an extensive discussion in the board meeting regarding some financial red flags that we have been monitoring. First, as mentioned earlier in my presentation, there were negative electric operating margins of $1.1 million in 2023 and negative electric margins of $2 million in 2024. Additionally, we continue to watch OTIER decline to its lowest point in November 2024 of 1.30. At December 2024, our OTIER was 1.54. One of the major concerns that we were seeing was that these declines were even with the fiber division included in the calculations. If you calculated OTIER with only the electric division, OTIER would have been at 1.01 and 0.84 at December 2023 and 24 respectively. Not only would we have failed our O tier in 2023 without fiber, but also our debt service coverage ratio. Additionally, with already negative electric operating margins of combined $3 million the past 2 years, how long could we continue to go before we were unable to dig out of the negative margin hole to ensure a sustainable electric system for the future? This graph shows the history of our debt service covenants over the past 36 months. These calculations include both the electric and fiber divisions. The blue line is O tier, the red line is tier, and the green line is debt service coverage ratio. As you can see, tier and the DSC ratio stay fairly consistent over the months that are displayed due to overall strong margins. However, when you look at the blue O tier line, you can see the consistent decline in the ratio that we have been discussing since late in 2022 due to declining electric operating margins. This graph shows what our covenants would look like if the fiber division were removed. If we never added the fiber project, we would have failed both our O tier and DSC ratio in 2023 due to the lack of electric margins. Prior to the 2025 rate increase, our last rate increase was in 2021. The 2021 rate increase was based on a cost of service study with a test year of 2019, meaning that our rates were based on 2019 inputs and costs. As everyone knows, and we've talked about at length, since 2019, we've been through a pandemic, and the cumulative inflation rate has increased over 20%. Record inflation, combined with limited growth in membership and being weather dependent for sales growth, has led us to a place where the revenue and expenses derived from our electric rates are not sufficient to cover our electric operating costs. I mean, what costs have increased? Literally everything. I think we've all touched to that to some degree here. But this slide shows a depiction of the annual inflation since 2015. The CPI index increased by 23.6% from 2020 to 2024. In 2021, we saw the highest inflation rate at 7% in 40 years. None of these costs of inflation were included in our rates prior to 2025. As with every other business, we've seen increases in cost in nearly every area of our operations due to the record inflation discussed on the last slide. James hit on some of these increased costs already in his presentation over operations. As he mentioned, we've seen substantial increases in nearly every material item and piece of equipment that we use within our system. One of the largest and most impactful expenses to our bottom line are right-of-way clearing expenses. Since 2019, and what was based in our rates, we have seen a $2.8 million increase in annual expenses related to only this one cost category. That's an increase of 153%. On another note, our average internal wage rate increased by 28% from 2019 to 2024, keeping pace with the cumulative inflation our employees have experienced. At our current average wage rate, we fall right in line with the average wage rate amongst the other electric cooperatives within the state. This is a slide that we update every year to compare the value of electricity to other commodities and household staples. As you can see, our electric rates have not increased at the same pace that everything else around us has. Our kilowatt hour rates have increased less than 40% in the past 40 years. In May 2024, we engaged Toth & Associates to conduct our cost of service study. Toth & Associates is a consulting firm that specializes in cost of service studies for utilities, including electric cooperatives. They have extensive experience in cost of service study analysis and rate design and have performed well over 1,000 cost of service studies. They serve over 100 co-ops nationwide, primarily in the Midwest and Northwest, and are considered experts in their field for rate design for utilities. The Arkansas Public Service Commission encourages a cost of service study to support rate increase requests and substantiate charges. A cost of service study provides a standardized method to set utility rates. It determines the utility's total revenue requirement based on various inputs, including the operating budget, debt payments, capital budgets, and capital credit retirements. Based on these factors, a required rate of return is calculated and applied to the rate base, also known as the electric infrastructure or plant. A cost of service study also helps ensure fair and equitable cost allocation amongst members. A cost of service study takes approximately 6 months to complete. Ours was completed in December of 2024. In the past, NAEC has typically had a cost of service study performed around every 4 to 5 years due to the amount of time and cost involved in a study. So the purpose of a cost of service study is to specifically examine the electric utility rates, including revenue and expenses. The Arkansas Public Service Commission expects that a cost of service study will only include revenue and expenses related to the electric rates and exclude revenue and expenses related to ancillary services. There would be concern by the Public Service Commission and our members if the electric rates subsidized fiber or vice versa. Since the electric system needs to be reviewed as a standalone entity, all fiber-related plant, debt, income, and expenses are excluded from the cost of service study. Once again, RUS expects their borrowers to have sufficient electric rates to provide for our electric system. As an electric distribution cooperative, selling electricity is our primary business, with fiber being secondary. We cannot provide fiber services without a strong and sustainable electric system. The fiber division was not created to be the sole reason for the survival of our 85-year-old electric system. It was intended to complement and supplement the electric system and bring state-of-the-art broadband services to our members. Even while excluding the fiber division from our cost of service study and rate analysis, there are very real and tangible benefits that fiber has brought NAEC and its members. First, the electric division has been able to utilize proceeds from the fiber division to help fund new electric plant additions. No new electric debt, except for the 0% RESP debt, has been taken on or paid for our members in over 4 years. Think about that. Think all the new plant additions we've made with no new additional electric debt taken on. This has saved our cooperative and our members millions in interest costs on the cost of debt rider, as it is estimated that we would have borrowed an extra $20 million in electric debt without having access to the funds from the fiber division. Our cost of debt rider has been a credit on our members' bills for the better part of a decade. Additionally, in the past 2 years, NAEC has paid back nearly $8 million in capital credits to our members. With cumulative negative electric operating margins of $3 million for those years, the fiber division has helped provide for those capital credit payouts to our members. These are very real and measurable benefits that the fiber division is bringing to the electric division and its members, aside from rates. Also, as I mentioned, providing reliable and economical broadband services to over 21,000 subscribers. There were 2 separate parts to the recent rate increase, the Act 676, which is a wholesale rate increase, and the Act 821, which is NAEC's retail rate increase. These 2 acts are exclusive of each other. The Act 676 is a pass-through of AECC's increase of 3% to NAEC members, and the impact of that being approximately 1.74% to our members. The Act 676 is automatic as long as AECC meets its filing requirement with the Arkansas Public Service Commission. The Act 676 generates no additional margins for NAEC. It is only a pass-through of costs. We do not have direct control over our wholesale power costs. The Act 821 relates to NAEC's retail rate increase. It is a general increase in NAEC's rates of 9.4% due to non-power supply costs. The increase must be under 10% of total operating revenue per the law. It requires notifications to the members and Public Service Commission review and approval. When filing an Act 821 general increase with the Arkansas Public Service Commission, the cooperatives are expected to adjust the energy cost adjustment when they file a new cost of service study to keep that charge closer to zero. So even though we operate as a not-for-profit, NAEC does require a rate of return for our electric system. Not only do our lenders require sufficient margins to meet our debt service covenants, but we also have to generate enough cash to fund debt service payments and capital projects for the electric division. Cash also has to be generated to fund capital credit retirements within a reasonable time frame. The rate of return requested of 5% in the cost of service study is consistent with the common rate of return of electric cooperatives and much lower than those of investor-owned utilities. The elements of a cost of service study include the revenue requirement, how much money is needed, cost allocation, from whom should the money be collected, and rate design, how services should be priced. I'm going to focus on a few minutes for the revenue requirement. The components of revenue requirement in a cost of service study include debt service, capital budget, operating budget, and capital credits. The first three are pretty self-explanatory. Debt service is our principal payments on our electric plant debt. Capital budget are our capital expenditures for electric plant, estimated at 3.5% in the cost of service study, and this does not include fiber. Our operating budgets are expenses for the electric division, projected for 2024 with some expenses based on the 2025 budget. And capital credits, this is a unique concept to the cooperative world, and I have a few more slides to discuss this in detail. Capital credits are a core principle of the cooperative business model and a key benefit of membership. They represent ownership and a stake in the cooperative's financial well-being. Capital credits represent a member's share of the cooperative's margins. They essentially are a return of money paid for electricity in previous years. Instead of distributing profits to shareholders like traditional for-profit utilities, cooperatives allocate these margins to their members based on their electricity usage. The credits are used by the cooperative to fund operations and improvements and are eventually returned to members or retired as the cooperative's financial health allows. They are a way to ensure that each generation of members pays its own way by providing its own equity. Capital credits demonstrate the difference between the cooperative business model and other forms of business, and they help preserve the cooperative status under the tax laws. This slide shows the capital credit retirement history for the past 10 years. We've already mentioned we've retired $27 million in the past 10 years, $53 million life to date, and the retirements each year are based on the financial health of the cooperative and the ability to have access to funds for these payments. We're currently retiring the year 2000. At December 2024, we had outstanding patronage capital of over $96 million. As I mentioned, we're currently retiring patronage from the year 2000. In order to retire capital credits on a 20 to 30 year cycle, as recommended by our policies and NRECA, we would need to retire approximately $4.8 million to $3.2 million each year. This is a large feat and why it has to be a part of our rate design. The cost of service study was initiated in May 2024, completed in December 2024, and the board approved the cost of service study and the recommended rate increase in December 2024. The Act 821 was filed with the Public Service Commission on January 3rd, 2025, and members were notified of the proposed rate increase in January 2025, with 90 days of notice required before implementation of rates. Members have 90 days to comment and petition the proposed rate filing. 10% of members have to comment for a full rate case to be opened. The Public Service Commission staff requested cost of service study work papers and reviewed the cost of service study and the proposed rate increase. The Public Service Commission staff recommended approval in March of 2025, and the new tariffs were also approved by the Commission in March of 2025. The new rates were implemented on the May 1st, 2025 bills. I think it's important to note here that the Public Service Commission does not rubber stamp rate increases. Prior to our rate increase request, other cooperatives have not had an easy time with their rate increases passing, with the Commission pushing back the request to them for additional information. Do I have time for this? Okay. I thought it might be helpful to walk you all through a member bill for a residential customer. Rate 3 is our residential rate. This is an example of a May 1st bill with April usage. The electric distribution charge is our daily charge or availability fee that helps cover a portion of our fixed expenses. Our fixed expenses are calculated as part of the cost of service study, and the Commission utilizes that to ensure that our electric distribution charge is fair to our members. There is a cost to provide a member electricity, even if they have no usage each month, to make that service available to them. After the rate increase, this charge is $1.14 a day. For each kilowatt hour used on a member's meter, they are charged a rate per kilowatt hour. The kilowatt hour usage is read from the meter each month. In the winter months, this is a two-tiered rate, with the first 500 kilowatt hours being at a lower rate, and in the summer months, it is a single kilowatt hour rate. Nearly 0.5 cents of the kilowatt hour charge specifically relates to the collection of the energy and fuel costs from our power supplier. As part of the rate increase, the Public Service Commission expects us to minimize the cost flowing through your power cost adjustment on your bill and move the average cost of the last 12 months to the kilowatt hour charge. Part of the increase in the kilowatt hour charge is due to this rebasing of the power cost adjustment, as the Commission calls it. As a result, an additional 0.5 cents was moved from the power cost adjustment calculation to the kilowatt hour charged, which increased the amount recovered in the base rates for energy and fuel, while decreasing the amount recovered through the power cost adjustment. So this line is the power cost adjustment, and I know we get a lot of questions on this bill, or Member Services does every month, but it's a direct reflection of the energy and fuel costs on our power bill. It's calculated monthly, and it changes every month. As I mentioned, this rider was rebased into the base rates per the Commission's preference. This lowered what the power cost adjustment would have been and increased the kilowatt hour charge. The Public Service Commission prefers the rebase because they believe it's better for the members and will show less fluctuations month to month, as there is less being collected through the variable rider. As I will show you in my bill comparisons in a couple of slides, the power adjustment would have been nearly double this month without the rate increase. We would have left more cost to collect through the power cost adjustment instead of moving it to the kilowatt hour charge. These are not added costs, but just a difference of where the costs are being collected. This is a sheet that shows our calculation of our power cost adjustment. This form is filed every month with the Public Service Commission. It determines how much we collected within our kilowatt hour charge for energy and fuel costs, with any underages or overages collected through this rider on the bill. There are many months where this rider will be a credit back to our members. In fact, in 2024, our average power cost adjustment per kilowatt hour sold was a credit of 0.00069. The cost within the calculation comes straight from the prior month's power bill from AECC, and the kilowatt hours sold come from the month's billing reports. With the rate increase for this month, we had energy and fuel costs of $1.9 million that were collected within our kilowatt hour charge, and approximately $195,000 that were not included in our base kilowatt hour charge that we had to collect through our members through the power cost or energy adjustment. The power cost adjustment factor for the May 1st bills was 0.00494. Once again, to reiterate, this was with the rate increase. What would our power cost adjustment factor look like without the rate increase on May 1st, if the rate has not gone into effect? This is what it looks like without the rate increase. Without the rate increase for this month, we would have had energy and fuel costs of $1.7 million that were collected within our kilowatt hour charge, a decrease of $184,000, and $378,000, an increase of $184,000 that were not included in our base kilowatt hour charge that we then had to collect from our members through the power cost or energy adjustment. The power cost adjustment would have been 0.00961, nearly 0.5 cents higher for each member if the rate adjustments had not gone into effect for the May 1st bills. So how does this correlate to dollars on the member's bill? I'll show you in a couple of slides, but the gist of it is that nearly double would have been collected through the power cost adjustment due to the increase factor without the rate increase in effect. This line item is the cost of debt adjustment. It's for the recovery of interest costs that are not covered within our rates. Note that this rider was not impacted by the recent rate increase. This is for electric system debt only. There is no cost recovery for our fiber system debt in this rider or our utility rates. Fiber debt is paid for by fiber income and not by our members through our rates on their bills. This adjustment is calculated on a quarterly basis, with the calculations being submitted to the Arkansas Public Service Commission. This rider has maintained a credit for the better part of a decade. However, as we start taking on new debt in the future for our electric system, this will not always be a credit. We have heard some saying on social media and in comments to the Public Service Commission that our bills have increased 15 to 20% due to the rate increase. Is this accurate? No, it's not. First off, the Public Service Commission would not have approved a rate increase of that magnitude. That doesn't even meet the requirements of their act by law. as a retail rate increase of more than 10% is not allowed by law. Those that are calculating that it is increased by 15 to 20% are not accounting for the rebasing of the power cost adjustment. As shown in this slide, while the kilowatt hour charge did increase 15 to 18%, part of that increase, or half a cent, was due to the decrease in the power cost adjustment. This is what I talked through a few slides back. It's not an additional cost, but like I said, a reclassification of where that cost is being collected. In this example, the revenue from the power cost adjustment decreased 8.46 or 49%, as is now being collected as part of the kilowatt hour charge. These charges would have been collected with or without the rate increase. Without the rate increase, they would have been collected through the power cost adjustment instead of the kilowatt hour charge. Note that the overall increase for this bill was 11.25%, which is in line with the combined retail rate increase and the wholesale rate increase. This is difficult for individual members to calculate on their own because they need a detailed understanding of the power cost adjustment calculations that are performed each month and what was previously included in our base rates for energy and fuel. We are happy to walk any members through these calculations, and we've been doing that as questions have come our way. Well, we are nearly halfway through 2025. So what's happened so far in 2025? For year-to-date May 2025, total margins have been $3.2 million, with $3.7 million derived from the fiber division and negative $500,000 derived from the electric system. Not only has it been a very mild weather year thus far, but we have also experienced a substantial increase in expenses due to storm outages. As everyone has mentioned, we've had two major storm events, the March 2025 tornadoes with estimated damages of $6 million. This will not be covered by FEMA, as Mel said, but possibly at the state at a 35% reimbursement, which means our members will fit a bill for nearly $4 million or more of these costs. It is important to note that the costs related to storms of this magnitude are not included in our rates. In our rates, what is included as far as outages are going to be the average cost of outages that we experience, which is around the $1 million mark for the past 5 years. The April 2025 floods had estimated damages of $400,000, and that has been declared a federal disaster by FEMA, and we're in the process of working through the application for reimbursement with the state. We expect to receive reimbursement of approximately $300,000 related to the storm. So there are a number of uncertainties in our electric cooperative environment that we're concerned about moving into the future. The first relates to FEMA reimbursement and could have a significant negative impact on the cooperative. I've already talked through the 2024 FEMA event at length and multiple of us, but I want to go back to the 2009 ice storm and just say what if. So Mel mentioned it cost $41 million. I do believe that includes conductor replacement as well. But if we just looked at the damages of the ice storm and being able to restore our system back to its original state, those costs were approximately $24 million. FEMA and the state reimbursed the cooperative approximately $21 million, or 87.5% for those storms. Now, it took 10 years for us to get that money back, but we did get that money back. Back at that time, FEMA was reimbursing 75% and the state at 12.5%. If that same storm occurred today, and I'm praying that it doesn't for all of our operations folks, it wouldn't just cost $24 million, but closer to $33 million. Without any FEMA reimbursement and the state only reimbursing at 35% of damages, the cooperative and our members will be responsible for over $21 million of these costs. Talk about a problem. Where does that money come from? It is not a part of our rates. Our outside plant is not covered by our liability insurance, so we don't get insurance reimbursements. We rely on FEMA for these reimbursements. Another uncertainty relates to the impact on the cooperative from tariffs. We are just beginning to see the impacts of this and recently had an order of breakers that on one invoice increased more than $100,000 just from these tariffs alone. This is something that we will continue to be monitoring closely going forward. And finally, what will wholesale power costs do in our current environment? There is definitely some uncertainty here, and as we look to the future, I know that Buddy Haston, the CEO of Arkansas Electric, will talk more about this and what it means for our members in his presentation. Thank you for your time today. I hope it was beneficial and answered some of your questions.
Thank you, Julie. I'm very proud of the staff. They've done a great job preparing for the presentation. This is the presentation that we typically give. A little bit longer today, yes, but we wanted to give the information that people have requested. We've done that, and I appreciate the staff, what they've done. I appreciate all the folks out in the audience, those of you that are here, and also our employees in the audience, too, who are always with us. We do have a very special guest with us, and you're going to love his presentation. He's a smart guy. And all right, have we got him a mic? Or I'm going to give him my mic. Okay. Let me tell you, this guy used to he's been underwater a lot. He has commanded nuclear submarines, and we were very fortunate to get him. By the way, he's also got a great electric background as well in generation and transmission. But as a state, we were very fortunate to get him, and he is our CEO of Arkansas Electric Cooperative Corporation and Arkansas Electric Cooperative Inc. And I give you Buddy Haston, who's going to talk about the wholesale markets and a lot of other stuff.
Thank you. Well, thank you. You've had a lot of great information about North Arkansas Electric Cooperative, at the local level. But a lot of what's impacting costs are really happening at a national and global level. And so I'm going to talk to you. I'll probably take you up to 50,000 feet. I tend to use a lot of analogies and colorful phraseology. Hopefully it's interesting. I know you've all been sitting a long time, so I will not be offended if anybody stands up and stretches, uses the restroom. A little bit about me. I grew up on a rural farm in Iowa, on a gravel road that if you came up our driveway as children, we'd get excited to come see someone that would come see us, and then we generally found out someone was lost looking for directions. 20 years in the Navy, and for that period of my life, my mission was warheads on foreheads. But then I got out, and now I'm in the co-ops, and I'm a much kinder, gentler version. And my mission is affordable, reliable, responsible. And my job on the power supply side is to keep your rates low. You'll hear on the radio a lot of times, this ad brought to you by the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas. And right, what does that mean? Just kind of a little information as to, as North Arkansas Electric Cooperative, what are you really plugged into? Okay? This is what that means. There's really 19 entities in this state. There are 17 distribution co-ops, so there's 16 other co-ops very similar to North Ark. And those co-ops bonded together 80 years ago and formed these two companies in the middle. I'm a beekeeper, and I don't know if you've all seen a species, a new invasive species in America called a murder hornet. Have you guys seen any of those on the internet? Right? And if you watch a video, a murder hornet will just literally eat a honeybee, right? They're big pincers, and they trap them down, and they'll eat honeybees. But can honeybees kill a murder hornet? Yes. So if you watch the end of the video, they generally show you where the whole hive comes out, and about 100 honeybees will get on top of that murder hornet, and then that's the end of the murder hornet, right? That's what this whole system is. And I'm kind of a beekeeper that stays behind the curtain. They only pull me out for special occasions like this, right? But I'm the silent giant in the background, sort of pushing power, getting that power to the meter points so all the great people here can get it to your homes and businesses. This is what we look like on the electric side. So when you kept hearing AECC is passing a rate increase on, or AECC serves 17-member co-ops, right? They don't work for me, I work for them, and by proxy, I work for you, okay? We have about 600,000 meters in the state. That's about 1.2 million Arkansans. That's 1/3 of our population. However, we serve 2/3 of the state landmass. So we have 2/3 of the territory and 1/3 of the people. I want you to keep those numbers in mind when I show you some slides here in a little bit. This is the assets that AECC owns, but actually you, as members, are part owners in all of this. We have 3,371 megawatts of our own power plants that we own and operate, and 898 megawatts of purchase power agreements where we get power from others to provide out on the grid to provide to you. So that's AECC, that's the power company. And so I'm also a little bit of my other title I give myself is Jekyll and Hyde, right? There was a good Dr. Jekyll and a bad Mr. Hyde, okay? So on the good side, I come to work every day at AECC and find out how to collect less money from you if I can. Most CEOs that stand up in front of you, their whole entire performance review is based on how much more money can they make for the company next year. I'm just the opposite. At AECC, my whole performance review is how much less money can AECC take from its members to provide you electric power reliably. That's the goal on that side. But I'm also the CEO of this company, AECI, of which you also are partners in. AECI is very different. AECI is a services company. AECC has about 380 employees. It would probably shock you to know that AECI, if you look at everything on this screen, has about 5,000 employees. AECI provides services. We own a transformer manufacturing company, the largest transformer manufacturing company in North America. Underneath that are several other subsidiaries for R&D, other work that we do. Today's Power is a renewable energy company. And in Arkansas Fiber Network, we are the backbone that connects all of these fiber around the state. AECI Utility Solutions, those employees work directly for me, and they do construction, right-of-way, and utility sales. All of that generates profit, but we're not for profit. So what happens to that profit? The same thing that happens at your co-op. It gets put on the books as a capital credit, and it gets returned to the member. This is really important because it's going to explain something here in a minute. I've talked about reliable, affordable, responsible. Do I need to point it somewhere else? Oh, if I move closer. Okay. So we'll talk about safety before I get too much deeper into this. This is probably the slide I'm most proud of. The bottom row there, you don't see this every month, I do. It used to be red all the time. Because I've set goals for the company to hit safety targets. In AECI, we had 40 recordable injuries the year I arrived. This year so far, knock on wood, we've had 2. Safety is a really big core value of ours. Your safety is important to us. Our safety is important to us. Getting into rates, I know that what people pay for power in California is immaterial to you. And I know that it's always relative, right? It's really, we can only think about our own situation. But if you think about how much people in America pay for electricity, Arkansas is the 48th out of 50 as far as the most expensive is number 1 and the cheapest is number 50. I know you can't read those, but the only states that are cheaper than Arkansas for electricity are Louisiana and Utah. So on average, when you look at all rates across all sectors, commercial, industrial, residential, Arkansas came out 11.88. And that's everybody. That's Entergy, that's us, that's everybody. If you break that down, AECC, there's a little green dot you can probably see up there if you've got good eyes. All those other dots, there are about 60 G&Ts in the United States of America, of which we are one, and we all get ranked every year based on how much we charge our members, and North Arkansas Electric is our member, how much we charge them for electricity, and like I said, the people who get the best report card have the lowest cost, right? So the y-axis is cost. The higher you go, the more you're paying for power. The lower you go, the cheaper. And then the further you go to the right is how much financial strength that co-op has. So you can see AECC, we're not the cheapest in the country, but we're down there in the right quadrant. This is what that looks like on another scale. So in 2024, we charged an average of $60.83 for every megawatt hour we sent down the line. And if you look at what was the average that other G&Ts charged their members, in 2023 it was $72. 2024 data has not been released yet. I know it's June, but this takes about 6-7 months to get compiled and released. But if you just look at 23, we were 57, they were 72. They're probably going to come in about $74 for 2024. So we are significantly below the national average. This is the state of Arkansas only. The black is the national average, so it's about 16.5 cents a kilowatt hour. The red bar you see there is Entergy. Okay, so their average cost in the state of Arkansas was 12.97. And if you look at the co-op average, it was about 12.75. So what kind of magic is it that you can have a system that has twice as much wire, poles, distance to travel, because you're covering 2/3 of the state, but you only have one half of the revenue opportunities, right? Because they serve 2/3 of the public, we serve 1/3. So you got half the opportunities to collect money, but twice as much wire out on the poles to pay for and do maintenance on and right-of-way on. How is it possible that you could charge less for electricity than that company? Right? It's made possible by the whole AECI side of the house. And it's made possible by the cooperative business model being not-for-profit. Remember, all that profit that AECI brings in, it gets paid to the shareholders, which are who? The 17 distribution co-ops. And when that capital credit gets retired, that's money that's in their bank that they don't have to come get from you to hit all of those metrics that you were just being briefed on. So it's the whole honeybee system working together to push back on one common enemy, and to me that's cost. Yes, we did put a 3% rate increase in this year. And I'm here because I was told this crowd today, someone wanted to know the who, what, and why, and so I'm going to try to do that today. We are number 8 in the country as far as cheapest power for G&Ts, okay? So as we go into the future, what does into the future mean? Well, we got to get out to 2030, and I'll show you why. My goal to my team is how do we, when 2031 comes, how do we remain 8th in the country on the cost of wholesale power? Because we have some really, really big challenges coming at us. And to stay relatively in this position, all boats are going to rise in America, I promise you. But how do we not rise higher than the rest? That's going to be the trick. So what's this big challenge that's coming? AECC needs to build 1,850 megawatts of new power generation by the year 2030. So with less than 5 years from right now, we are building a ton of power. Why is that? Well, the first reason is the White Bluff Power Plant, which represents 581 megawatts of our portfolio, is closing in 2028. And the second reason is that the Independence Power Plant, which represents another 587 megawatts of our portfolio, is closing in 2030. So that adds up to 1,168 megawatts. But you would say, well, why do we build 1,850? If you build more than you need, that's expensive. And the answer is what we need has changed. And it's changed because this is a graph of the peak load that AECC supplies all of its members every year. The red line is summer, the blue line is winter. For decades, Arkansas was a summer peak state, meaning your electric loads were highest in the summer because it's hot here in Arkansas. But in 2014, that flipped, and it's probably forever flipped. And so from now forever, Arkansas is going to be a winter peaking state unless we find some way to heat homes a whole lot differently than we do today. And so we are so much more winter peaking. The distance between those two lines is about 600 megawatts. So our peak load in the summer is 2,632 megawatts. Our peak load in the winter is now over 3,300 megawatts. And because of that difference, it's causing differences in requirements of power that we are legally required to have. In Winter Storm Uri, you guys remember back to 2021, and you were getting all these notices that, hey, you might get your power shut off? We were sending out public appeals to, turn down your thermostat and turn off everything you don't have to have, because why? The system, the grid, the whole grid, not just AECC, the whole grid ran out of power. There were no more power plants to turn on. There were no more megawatts to make. And so what happens is, so that you don't collapse the system, you have to reduce the load. And ultimately, we couldn't get enough load savings by asking people to do those things. So for the first time in 80 years history, we had to put people, our employees, out in white trucks to go out to substations and open breakers and plunge members into the dark. That's a wake-up call, and we weren't the only ones. Every utility for about 20 states did the same thing. Why was that? Well, because we've closed down a lot of power plants in America. And sometimes when you're trying to cut the fat, you get a little too lean. And what happened because of that, the RTOs that we belong to, that there's a purchase power and RTO rider adjustment, regional transmission organization. They're the air traffic controllers of the electric grid. They set the rules, just like the federal government sets your tax rate. You don't get a vote on that. These guys set the rules on how much reserve power you have to have available to be able to be a power provider. And before Uri, that was 15%. In SPP, post-Uri, that's 36%. So if I have a 1,000 megawatt of load, I only needed 150 megawatts of excess generation to supply that. Today, I have to have 360 megawatts of excess generation, because they said, oh, no, we're not going to let these lights go out anymore. We need more reserve power in reserve, so when these big winter storms hit, we don't have reliability problems. And that's a good thing. It is a great thing, because reliability is one of those things that matter. But the more reliable a system is, the more it costs, right? These two things are always in competition with each other. MISO went from 9 to 26,000. Capacity prices have responded appropriately. So if you look at these capacity prices, they were $15.75. This year, they skyrocketed, okay? They went up 22 and 44 times. So summer capacity this year went from $15 to $666. My mom would say there's something very significant about that number. It's a bad number, okay? That's a massive increase. It will probably continue to go up. Why? Supply and demand. There is more demand for electricity in America than there is power, and there is like a gold rush on for power right now. Power, 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 and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. When I talk about what we're going to build, I think it's very important that you understand physics of power generation, and I won't get into too much, but I'm always asked, why don't I build more carbon-free sources? And I would love to, because that's the responsible part of my mission. If I could supply every bit of your power with no carbon and do it affordably, I would. But the reality is, if you go to the federal database, EIA, not our data, the federal government's data, and you average every wind turbine in America across all 8,760 hours of each year, you will find that those wind turbines can produce power at 35% of their capacity, right? So if I've produced full power for 8,760 hours, this number would be 100. They can do that 35% of the time. That's just physics. Nothing good or bad. There's nothing moral, immoral, amoral, inherently good or evil about any power generation source. It's physics. Solar, if you run the same calculation, can produce power 24% of the time. Remember, full power. So in the morning, it'll slowly come up, and then it'll get high, and then it'll slowly go down. But if you average that across every hour of the year, you get full power 24% of the time. So these RTOs are smart. They understand this calculation, so they change the rules of the game. So now today, if I build a 100 megawatt solar array, which we did a couple years ago, in the future, in the not too distant future, in 2032, in the summertime, I will get 4% credit for that. So all that requirement that I have to meet, I'll build 100, I get credit for 4. And in the winter, which is my limiting factor, not summer, winter, in the winter I build 100, I get 2. You cannot build yourself to success that way. So, what did we choose to build? We chose to build gas because the only other option is nuclear. You can't build coal. And Vogtle was America's most newest nuclear power plant built in America. Built by the Southern Company, massive utility. Massive utility. I think their CEO's compensation was $26 million last year, if you want to put that in perspective. Okay? Reality was they thought they were going to build these power plants in 5 years, and they thought they were going to build them for $14 billion. These are each 1,000 megawatt pressurized water AP1000 reactors from Westinghouse. What really happened in America today, what really happened is it took them until 2024. So imagine taking out billions of dollars of bank loan and paying interest for 8 more years than you planned without getting any revenue from it. So it cost them $36 billion to build those 2 nuclear plants. That's at a cost of $16,000 a kilowatt. That's pretty big. If you look at the comparison between natural gas, combined cycle gas, and nuclear, what you get to is gas at the 40, 50, 60% capacity factor, so they run about half the time or 60% of the time. You're going to get down into that $40 or $50 range. The cheapest you can get a nuclear plant today, even if it runs 90% of the time, and it cannot run more than that because for maintenance and refueling, the best you could do would be $99. And then you got to have the balance sheet. You got to have all those billions of dollars to put forward. So the biggest question people ask me is, why aren't we building nukes? I wish we could. I operated them for 20 years. They're great, but they're just exorbitantly expensive right now and high risk, and that's just not something we're positioned to do. And even if I wanted to do it with those coal plants closing by 2028 and 2030, you can't build them fast enough. Okay? So that puts us in the mode of really getting to what we're building. And what we're building right now is this year we will bring online 2 new LM6000 aeroderivative gas turbines. Anyone that's flown on a big jet plane going overseas for sure, you've probably looked out on the wing and saw those really big turbines out there. Those gas turbines have just been modified to make electricity. They are truly aeroderivatives. We compete with the airline industry for maintenance on these assets. Those will add 100 megawatts. We're building a plant in Texas, highly controversial because why would we put our stuff in Texas? We're putting it in Texas because we will save about $200 million on construction of these power plants just due to the infrastructure that was at that location, right? When you send people out to go find the best place to build a power plant, if you can find a place that's got 4 natural gas pipelines running through it and 500 kV transmission running right through the property, you can save a lot of development costs in bringing that power online. And because you have natural gas and competition right there, you can get a really good gas price. And remember, one of the largest expenses going forward for these units will be gas. And then what's coming in 2030, this one will be built in Arkansas, most likely at the site of one of these retired coal plants. And it will be a 1,350 megawatt gas turbine. There'll be 2 there. They make more power. It's the same turbine that I just showed you that makes 850. These make $13.50 because of all that blue stuff you see on the back. All that blue stuff you see on the back is pipes, and there's water in there, and the exhaust gases from those turbines will come out, heat that water, make steam, and there are steam turbines connected to this, so you get more output for the same amount of natural gas burned. Much more efficient, but also much more expensive. So we run calculation after calculation and scenarios and models to figure out which resource is going to be the cheapest over a 30-year life. In Arkansas, that resource is a combined cycle. In the western side of the state, it was a simple cycle. Now, I tried to boil this down because it's gas turbines, and I'm probably trying not to use acronyms, but I'm probably spitting them out once a minute. And that some of the stuff you're like, I don't even know what he's talking about because I don't do this every day. So let's boil it down to something you do every day. Everybody drove here, okay? And if you looked out in your driveway and you had a 2010 F-150, it works just fine. It's a great truck. Does the job. If you wanted to do the same exact job with a 2025 brand new F-150, which one is going to cost you more to own and operate in 2025? The new one? Yeah, because it's going to have, you're probably making a payment. You're probably paying interest on that payment. The insurance company will not, and they're going to charge you a ton more money to insure a 2025 over an old 2010. Now, your 2010 gets higher maintenance bills, a little bit, probably going to break down more. Your 2025 is going to get slightly better gas mileage. Well, what I'm describing to you is the difference between an old coal plant and a new gas plant. So when we're closing down old coal plants and we are having to replace it with no new revenue, no new members, we're not building this for new load. This is just a forced transition from coal to gas by federal regulation. Then it's going to cost more, right? Physics won't be violated and bankers won't be cheated. So the reality is, there's another thing, and it's already been talked about. I'm not going to go into it. These are cost increases that when we sell parts to co-ops in 5 states, not just Arkansas. These are the cost increases we have seen in the parts that we sell at wholesale. If you add all that up, you're at like a 60% cost increase just since 2021. And then you get to the big ones right here. These are huge. In my job that I build the power lines and the transmission lines, the costs are going through the roof. Large power transformers have gone up 40% in 2 years or 3 years. Circuit breakers have gone up 50%, and those gas turbines have gone up over 100. I could have put 250% there and been right, but there are some versions of gas turbines that are maybe like 150, so I just said over 100. But those costs have doubled and are almost tripling. We'll talk about why. So what does that mean? If you got to have the new 2025 truck, I don't want it. I was happy with the 2010. It works just fine. But I'm being told I can't have the 2010 pickup anymore. I got to have the new one. I got to have the new power plants because I'm being told we're no longer going to be allowed to burn coal for our electricity. Then we've got to do that, and that means rates have to go up, right? The banker's not going to give us money if we do not have enough equity in the bank, right? You got to put money down on a house. And so the reality is this rate increase that we put in this year wasn't just to pay the bills. It was to generate higher margins for AECC so that we can bank those margins, because when we go to buy these power plants and we're already writing checks, those checks are going to add up to $3 billion. It's $3 billion to replace coal with gas. So that's part of what's going on behind the curtain. And remember, I'm not all of North Arkansas's rate increase, but I'm a big chunk of it. They're paying for the power to provide to you. I'm a big part of the reason, but I'm telling you, a big part of the reason is your coal plants were being taken away. And if you're not happy about that, well, there's people to talk to. New York Times will put it this way. So why is all these prices going crazy, though? What is going on? This is a picture of America. And if this one advances, I'll probably bring it back. So I don't know exactly. I think I must have got punch happy at some point, and the computer's catching up with me. At any rate, America, when I was a kid in the 80s, power was growing big time. Factories were opening, stuff was going on. And then in 2007, America hit the brakes. Okay? We hit the brakes so that to stop having carbon. And so electricity demand went flat from 2007 to about COVID. It went flat in America. But did it really go flat? What happened in that time? Factories were closed and jobs were outsourced to China. Everything went to Asia. That line kept going up. It did not stop. America kept growing, but we were growing in different ways, and we outsourced all the things that make carbon so that we could go flat and pat ourselves on the back. Meanwhile, global emissions were still going up. COVID happened, and all of a sudden people couldn't get medicine, they couldn't get face masks, they couldn't get things, and there became this new resurgence of we need to re-onshore critical manufacturing. Well, when you build these factories, they need electricity. Okay, and so we'll talk about that. This is pre-Trump. This slide was made right before sort of inauguration time, right? This slide is that since August of 22, these are the announced new manufacturing sites in America. I think this is great news. I'm excited about that, not unhappy, but it is a challenge. EVs, not a lot of them, some here. Some places of the country there's lots. But EVs are putting more strain on the electric grid because all that gasoline you were using, that's a lot of energy, is now going into the form of transportation. Lithium. In Arkansas, we're fortunate to have the Smackover formation, and they can extract lithium from that. That's going to add 50 to 250 megawatts of load if that industry fully develops. Bitcoin. I don't know if there's any Bitcoin owners in here, but it uses a lot of electricity. Okay? Just to kind of put it in context for you, if you do one Bitcoin transaction, it consumes as much electricity as 523,000 Visa transactions. And to mine one Bitcoin, you heard of Bitcoin miners, right? They got the computers that just run all day and night mining Bitcoin. To mine one Bitcoin takes as much electricity as it does to power your house for a month. Because that's about 1 month's power usage for an average residential customer. But the real story, all of that is about 1/3 of the increase. 2/3 of it is data centers. America uses one of those slides that flew by, so I doubt you were able to memorize it. Says that America uses 4,000 trillion watt hours of power, electric power every year. Data centers are going to add 400 trillion watt hours, 10% more. And when you're already at a place where you're shutting people's power off in the winter, how do you add 10% more on top of that, right? That has caused an incredible rush. On top of that, you've got artificial intelligence. So not just your standard data centers, but using AI. If you do a Google search today on your phone or on your home computer, if you're just looking for something, just a normal internet search, it uses 0.3 watt hours. If you use one of these AI programs, ChatGPT, Grok, any of them, it's going to use 3 watt hours. It's 10 times more power. And anyone in here that uses AI to generate images, I have one. You've seen some of them in this presentation already. I used AI. Each image generated that uses a complex AI model takes as much electricity as it takes you to charge your iPhone. And you're doing it just for free on your home computer. It's using a lot of electricity. All of that to say, AECC today if I go back to Little Rock, sitting on my desk is 4 gigawatts, 4,000 megawatts of new load that wants to connect to our system. Now, I just told you that our peak load in the winter, the highest we've ever seen is 3,300 megawatts, 3.3. So there are more people that want to connect to our system than we are as a system today. It took us 80 years to get this big, and now there are people that want us to get twice as big in 2 years, right? Now, I'm here to tell you that can't be done. But one of the things the legislature did this last year that got sort of positive and negative coverage in the press was Act 373. And Act 373 was to set things in motion to help utilities achieve some of this development. Because if I said it in a different way, hey, a factory wants to come in here and add 1,000 high-paying jobs, would that be a good statement? People would like that. But then you got to pay for the electricity, right? And so you got to balance that. So special rate contracts, aid and construction, different tools are now made available to us in Act 373. And our job is going to be to try to, how do we separate off, if we do add some of that new load, how do we separate that cost from our existing members? And it can't be done perfectly. It's a complex world. But how can you do it? Because the same members probably also want economic opportunity in their communities. And so it is a balancing act. And these are the decisions that the AECC board, of which North Arkansas has 2 representatives, all 17 send 2 representatives every month to talk about these things across our whole state. But there are big decisions ahead, and I modified some smart guy's phrase, I guess this guy Glenn Cook. But what I said is load growth is wonderful because new electric load usually means new housing, new businesses in your community, new things. Good growth is good. Our only drawback is it's coming at such an inconvenient time. And that inconvenient time is we have our coal plants being forced offline, and we're being forced to replace them with gas plants. And those gas plants are already straining our sort of financial pocketbook. At the same time, you got new people wanting to come in and have you provide for them. And the issue is you got to feed the kids you got first before you can adopt new ones. And those are the challenges that we're going through every month at ACC. I appreciate the leadership of the North Arkansas board, Mel, and really all of our board members as they help us figure out the right answer for all of our members across the state. And I know you've been sitting a long time, and I appreciate you listening to me for the last half hour. Thank you.
Okay, I was going to introduce our board members as we about to turn this over to Mr. Morgan, our attorney. Board president from my left, of course, we got Roger Morgan right here. Board president Cameron Davis, vice president Beth Carter, secretary treasurer Sonia Wiles, and then on down the line, directors Jim Short, Mark Walling, Larry Goodwin, Heather Loftus, Dennis Wiles, and Ted Curley. So at this point, I will turn this over to Mr. Morgan, and you need a mic stand.
Thank you for your patience, folks. We'll go ahead and move into the business session of this, and as Mel stated earlier, if you need to stand up and stretch or yawn or go to the restroom, any of that, by all means, feel free to do so. Before we get, can y'all hear me okay out there? Good? Okay. A little closer. Okay. Before we get into the actual business session, I would like to call out, and this is probably on me, we had discussed when the agenda went out, we had discussed having a question and comment session at the end of the business session. Capra sent the agenda to me to approve, and I said it looked good, and it does not include a question and comment section on there. Steve Hall had mentioned it to me earlier this morning and suggested and thought that would be a good idea to have that on there. I agreed. I think the board also agreed because it had been discussed about putting it on the agenda. It just did not get on there. So at the end of the business session, at the end of the member proposals, before we adjourn, there will be a question and answer session. We would like to keep it after discussion with Mel and some board members and everyone. We'd like to keep it hopefully at around 30 minutes, maybe 3 minutes per person to address or question, see how that flows, but would like to try to keep it manageable in that way, and I'll come back to that when we get to that point. The first matter I'd like to state is that Article 3, Section 4 of our bylaws require 2% of the members present to have a quorum. Attendance can be actual attendance, or it can be submission of a ballot. This year, there were 5,419 ballots that were submitted. There is a quorum present, and we are sufficient to conduct business of the members pursuant to the bylaws. So the first item of business that I have is approval of the minutes from last June 18th of 2024 for the member meeting. Is there a motion from anyone to approve those minutes? There's a motion. Pardon me? Could I get a motion to approve the second one first? We've got a parliamentarian here for that purpose. We've got a motion here. Was there a second to the motion to approve the minutes? There is a second. Okay, we've had a request to read the minutes in full. Is there a second to the request to have the minutes read in full? There is a second. There's a motion and second. Okay, I guess we're open for debate and reading the minutes in full then. Got someone that says no need? What I would say, anyone want to address that before we have the vote on the motion that's on the floor to have the minutes read in full? Anyone want to speak to that? Could you stand up, Steve, so we could maybe hear you better?
The minutes are not published anywhere that members can read them, and so I feel that for all of us to be able to know what was in the minutes of the meeting in 2024, that before we vote on something that we haven't been able to hear what's in those minutes or being read, then it's improper for us to vote on something we don't know.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to that? So now all in favor, I think, all in favor of reading the minutes in full, please state aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Sounds to me that the noes carried it. So that puts us back to the motion to approve the minutes as written from the June 18th, 2024 meeting. I'm sorry, I keep moving back from this mic. That puts us back to the motion to approve the minutes from the June 18th, 2024 meeting. There has been a motion and a second. All in favor of approving those minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? Sounds to me that the minutes have been approved by voice vote. The next item on our agenda is I think I'm moving in the right direction. Next item is the director election results. The bylaws provide two different methods for electing directors. There is a nominating committee to select a candidate, and then there is a candidate that can be selected by petition. This year's nominating committee nominated Sonia Wiles to run for that position. And the members of that nominating committee from Fulton County are Jeremy Stone, from Baxter County, Richard Hansen, from Izard County, James Elbert, from Sharp County, Stuart Smart. The at-large member was Joe Dillard from Mountain Home, and the alternate was Carl Pitts from Horseshoe Bend. If any of y'all are here today that took the time to serve on the nominating committee, would you please stand? I know I've seen a couple. Thank you for your service on this, folks. As I stated, the nominating committee met and nominated Sonia Wiles for the term on the board, and a petition through the petition process received through the bylaws was also received for Michelle Gratz. So those are the two that were candidates for the board. The ballots, the counting of the ballots, the mailing of the ballots was handled by Survey and Ballot Systems of Minnesota. The ballots were mailed with an annual report, biographical information. The deadline, I believe the ballots were mailed on May 20th. The deadline for receipt of the ballots was June 17th, so that anything received by June 17th would be counted, and the results were received by secure email to my office on June 18th. The results were there were a total of 5,419 ballots that were cast, which is that's probably an increase of close to 1,900 from last year. Out of those ballots, 5 were invalid. There were another 10 for some reason or other were not allowed, and there were a total valid ballots cast of 5,404. Out of that, Ms. Wiles received 54.4% of the vote, or 2,942 votes. Ms. Gratz received 45.6% of the votes, for 2,462 votes. Now, under the results of the election, then Sonia Wiles was elected to the term on the North Arkansas Electric Cooperative Board. Is there any old business to come before the board? If there is no old business, we'll now move into new business. And it'll take me just a few minutes to explain this, so bear with me. Under Article 3, Section 7 of our bylaws, it provides for members to be able to submit proposals to be at a general or special meeting or annual meeting. In this case, seven proposals were received and are going to be addressed under the matter of new business. Now, this is something that we really have not addressed before, so this is the procedure. If you look in the bylaws, it provides for the board to come up with a procedure and method to present those proposals and to allow either side to be heard on the proposals. So this is how the proposals are going to be handled. This was communicated, I don't know if to all, but at least to some of the representatives that were involved in the proposal, so I don't think any of this will come as a surprise. First of all, the proposals will be addressed one at a time. I will read the proposal, not the statements for and against, but I will read the proposal, and at that time, that particular proposal will be addressed. The proponent, if any wish to speak to that proposal, will be provided 3 minutes to address that. Then, if there is an opponent, and I think there have been statements on each side, but if there is an opponent, the opponents will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address that. So each side will have 3 minutes to address their proposal. That's accumulative. That's not 3 minutes for each person that wishes to address it, but I think most of proposals has at least a person that's designated, and that's where the 3 minutes will apply. I will keep the time on my phone, and anybody else who wants to do that is welcome to do so also, but I will keep the 3 minutes on my phone. I will try to address, when it gets to 30 seconds, I will raise my hand or something like that, so the people have knowledge, so whoever is presenting it will have knowledge of kind of where they are. Then, after the 3 minute proponent, 3 minute opponents, if any, then the person who is the proponent will have a minute rebuttal to rebut that. I think that's just kind of standard practice when things are submitted. So again, I will read the proposal. There will be 3 minutes for the proponent, 3 minutes for an opponent, and then a minute for rebuttal on that. Now, to clear up a couple of matters on those proposals, I have given a legal opinion as to what the proper way to handle these proposals are. and it's a legal opinion, and you get legal opinions from folks, and you can get a whole bunch of different responses. But my legal opinion is based upon a review of the Arkansas Electric Cooperative Act. It's based on consultation with numerous cooperative attorneys throughout the state and throughout the nation, actually, to see the proper way to address these proposals. The matters raised in the proposals are areas which are within the board's legal power to act. Primarily, they deal with bylaws changes, and they deal with rate changes. And I'm not saying that there's not input on that, but if you look at Arkansas law, the bylaws and rate changes are, in my opinion, what's given to the board to act on. And that only the board can alter, amend, or change bylaws. Only the board has the authority to manage financial affairs of the cooperative. Now, certainly, I think these proposals are proper to present at a meeting. I think, as opposed to members voting on the proposals, that these are more of a situation where these proposals are to lobby the board and encourage other members that this is the direction that the proposal wants the board to go, or wants North Arkansas Electric to go. It's my understanding that all proposals will be considered by the board as early as the July meeting, and that reports will be given back based upon the board's position on the proposals at some future date. Now, if I can find okay, we'll go ahead then and start with the different proposals, and I think what I'll do is read it in full. Then whoever wishes to speak as a proponent of that, we will get a microphone to you, and there's a blue piece of tape over here between these rows of chairs. Is that right, Captain? Just one row over. Get somewhere there, and Chris will have, okay. He's pointing to it right now. That's where whoever proponent, opponent, rebuttal, that's where they will come to speak, and there'll be a microphone for you there. The first is to cancel the 2025 rate increases. Effective July 1, 2025, all members' rates shall revert to the amounts that were in effect on January 1, 2025. Any future rate increases, including the implementation of the April 1, 2025 rate increase, or the filing of any future requests for higher rates with the Arkansas Public Service Commission, shall require approval by a majority vote of the cooperative's members in accordance with the voting procedures set forth in Article 3 of the cooperative's bylaws. Is there a proponent that wishes to speak to this? Yes, ma'am. Probably Michelle, I know who you are, but if you don't mind when you start over here, if you'll just identify yourself.
This is my proposal. My name is Michelle Gretz, and I thank you for taking the time to be here and staying engaged in what matters the most, how your cooperative is managed, how your dollars are spent, and whether your voice is truly being heard. Today I rise not only to simply present this proposal, but to present a principle. The principle that we, the members, are the owners of this cooperative and deserve to have a voice in the decisions that affect our lives, our budgets, and our future. On April 1st, the board implemented a rate increase, and while many understand the utility operations come with costs, the increase was not accompanied by a transparent, inclusive process. There was no meaningful opportunity for the members, you and I, to review financials in depth, to ask critical questions, or to give informed consent. My proposal is simple. Cancel the 2025 rate increase and return all member rates to where they stood in January. And going forward, require any new rate increases, including anything presented to the Arkansas Public Service Commission, that must be approved by a majority vote of the members. And here's why. Because we're not just customers, we're not just ratepayers, we're owners of this cooperative. Yet we were left in the dark, bypassed, and expected to foot the bill without discussion or justification. This is not a member governance. This is a top-down model. It is not what the cooperative was founded on. This proposal seeks to ensure that any rate increases reflect the informed consent and membership and uphold the core principle of member governance before an increase is passed. If an increase of this magnitude is truly necessary, then why not do it publicly? Why not lay out the data, the rationale, the financial forecast, the projected impacts for all members to see and understand before voting on it? Why not respect the people you seek to burden by giving them the information and the voice they deserve? After all, this is Arkansas. We're not a rich state, not a big population, and not as big as California. And if such a rate increase is truly unavoidable, why not implement it in tiers, paced in gradually to minimize the shock of those living on fixed incomes already struggling with rising costs? We all know that things done behind closed doors leave the minds to wander. But the light shall shine upon the truth sooner or later. And here's another hard truth. Bylaws, the very thing used to defend these decisions, have become more than a guide for operation. They become a one-sided contract where the other party, you, the mayor.
No, that's just a 30-second warning. I'm sorry. Go.
Okay, so 30
you've
seconds
got
from now. Okay.
From this point right here.
Okay, they become a one-sided contract where the one party, you, the member, is forced to sign before reading, before knowing, and without any input. And if we must ensure that no rate increases ever again bypass the very people who fund this cooperative, and if indeed money is this tight, then stop giving away money for PR causes, insurance to board members, and presidential salaries to CEOs. Let's make the right choice, not just for today, but for the future of this co-op, our families, and our communities. Thank you.
Is there any opponent, opposition that wants to speak to this? The same rules would apply. There'll be 3 minutes, and you'll need to come up and identify yourself and get somewhere around the blue mark.
And I could go throw my notes in the trash can probably because everything has already been answered why that rate increase needs to go into effect and why we've got to have it for the co-op. So, but the CEO or the CFO don't just walk into their office one day and say, hey, we need to have a rate increase. Those decisions are made by accountants, by engineers, by the staff, by all of the staff at the co-op, the board, financial institutions that work with the co-op. And a decision was made that we was going to have a rate increase. That decision was took to the board. It was evaluated by an independent firm. They did a cost of study service, and they agreed co-op was going to have a rate increase. They recommended a 9.4% overall rate increase. That was sent to the Arkansas Public Service Commission along with the cost of service study and NAEC's most recent financial audits to verify the rate adjustment was needed for the co-op's financial well-being. Public Service Commission agreed. Since the last rate increase, that was in 2021, inflation has increased about 23%. If it were not for Next, the co-op would have had to have a rate increase probably 2 to 3 years ago. NAEC has an independent audit every year and has obtained a clean opinion. This means that there is no misstatements and there is controls in place to prevent misstatements and fraud. So the rate increase was born out of a need, out of necessity. It was recommended by financial institutions that work with the co-op. It was sent to the regulators, which is the Public Service Commission. It was approved, so it was instituted in May. You keep hearing about the $7.7 million margins in 2023. 85% of those margins were given by Next, by the fiber company. You don't hear anything hardly about the $5.7 million capital credits that were given back to our members for that year. The proposal to have members vote on rate increases is impractical. There's no way to do that. It might take weeks, months, and in conflict with Arkansas law and NAC bylaws. The NAC bylaws state the business affairs of a co-op will be done by a 9-member board. Excuse me. Arkansas law states that the business affairs of electric co-ops will be managed by a board. Thank you.
And then if so desired, you have a minute rebuttal to that.
I suggest Mr. Dover go dig up his notes from the trash, because what I said was the members were not informed of the rate increase or the information used for the increase till today. I found it rather intriguing that there is genuine opposition for this structure where the board alone holds sway over outcomes and decisions within what is undeniably a member-owned co-op. The opposition, as articulated by Mr. Dover, hinges on the assertion that Arkansas law and the bylaws are exclusive authority of the Board of Directors, citing Article 4, Section 1, to justify limiting member input in matters of such as the rate increase. By the way, who do you think wrote that section of the bylaw? While I respect the legal framework they reference, I must gently challenge the interpretation that this framework equates to an untouchable mandate for the board to act in isolation. You're concerned that empowering members to influence rate decisions might complicate matters and jeopardize NAEC financial stability is duly noted. You suggest that cooperative non-for-profit status and its need to maintain operating margins and debt-to-income ratios necessitate a board-driven approach.
That's your minute rebuttal. The next proposal reads as follows. Board meetings open to members. Any member shall be welcome to attend the Board of Directors' monthly meetings, and upon submission of a request prior to the meeting or upon invitation to the meeting, shall have up to 2 minutes to address the Board of Directors about any cooperative-related issue that the member wishes to make known. Board meeting dates and times shall be announced on the Cooperative's website as much advance notice as practical. Board meetings shall be video broadcast live and archived for a minimum of 2 years on the Cooperative's website. A provision for a behind closed door executive session shall be allowed at the end of each board meeting for the purposes of discussing personnel or legal issues. However, board votes shall only be allowed during the open session of each board meeting. Is there a proponent of this that wishes to address this? Yes, ma'am. I'm not going to repeat what I said. I think everybody's kind of getting the hang of it.
Okay. Well, I'm addressing the board, more particularly in the audience. So I'm Sherry Emerson. Most of you know me. I'm recently retired from North Arkansas Electric, and I come in peace. So I hope not to be arrested today with all the security here. So who wouldn't want transparency? Who does not want to know how the electric co-op board is really managing money behind closed doors? And who doesn't want access to approach the board that we have elected when issues arise? And who on earth thinks that we as vested members shouldn't have any rights to know what's going on behind closed doors? Robert Randall, a member, and my proposal came from 2 entirely different perspectives, one being a member's view and the other being a retired employee's view. Yet somehow we have the same opinion, and we both wanted to submit the same proposal and suggestion. We want to be able to be in the know. We want transparency, and we want access to our elected directors after so many years of what appears to be a secrecy. The employees that see and talk and work with the members on a day-to-day basis have some of the greatest knowledge of what drives the member and what doesn't. And the employees attend conferences and hear what other electric cooperatives are doing around the state and country. They might like to share that information with the board. For me personally, I attended a conference in Houston where the topic was about transparency, one of the sessions I went to. And when I left, my notepad stated, We do not have transparency. And by the way, my opinion came back with no regards. So I must ask, why are employees told not to discuss matters with the board? And why are the board members told not to discuss matters with employees? You're missing many significant ideas and issues because of this. You claim to have procedures for such in place, but I'm here to say your procedures do not work. I can attest to them because I have tried them myself. I would be more than happy to discuss some of these with the board, any particular incidents, or with the NAEC staff or anyone else for that matter if you wish to hear them. It's time for a change. Please feel free to contact me because your contact information is secretly not available. So back to what I learned in that conference. There's also a task force, an electric cooperative task force. Mel, from your positions within NRECA during that time, I'm certain you know about them. But for those of you who don't, or those of you on the board who may have skipped that session or at your conferences, that task force strongly recommends to cooperatives to be transparent. Post information to the members on the website, including but not limited to the articles of incorporation, board meeting summaries or minutes, true figures and information regarding the constant financial and operational information.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's your 3 minutes. Is there a opponent that wants to express a view on this? Yes, ma'am. If you just come up here and please state your name.
My name is Susan Cathcart. Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised section 61, 6 through 7, provides that the Board of Directors determines who may attend meetings and that the board may exclude non-directors. Currently, North Arkansas Electric Co-op has a procedure that allows for issues to be taken up the chain of command, which results in an ultimate determination by the board if not resolved at the lower level. North Arkansas Electric Co-op staff is not aware of any request that was turned away from the attention of the board if taking the matter up the chain of command had not resulted in the resolution of the problem. Thank you.
Hang on just a second. Let me get my clock, or my timer where it needs to be. And you have a 1 minute rebuttal. Go ahead.
Thank you. To that point, I will give an example. Several years ago, when there were months of telephone issues within the organization, members opting to reach a particular destination on the automated system were thrown back into a loop that kept repeating the same option over and over again. It would never let them out of the loop. Calls would drop in the middle of a conversation with the member, or the phone would be completely dead upon answering. So after months of this happening with no resolution from any of the staff being relayed to employees or members, I emailed Mel and told him this was a problem. And I did it with an exclamation point because that's just how I emailed everyone. I feel like if you put a period, I'm just talking about it, but if you put an exclamation point, I'm making a statement. Anyway, Mel's response to me was get a better attitude. That's it, nothing else. And the second reason, I can't talk to the board because the employees and boards cannot talk to each other. So to further this, no contacts are published now that I'm retired. Without access to the board, these issues are important to members, that they are going unheard. I'm asking.
The next member proposal reads as follows. Member approval required to change bylaws. Any proposed amendment or revocation of these bylaws shall require the majority vote of members at a general or special meeting of members in accordance with Article 3 of these bylaws. Is there someone that wishes to speak to that?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. The bylaws are a contract between the board of directors and the members. It's not simply a nice document to have. It's not something that you ought to take lightly. This is a contract where the members and the board of directors are obligated to follow the bylaws per the letter. Can you imagine if you joined into a contract with any other entity in which only the board has the opportunity to change those bylaws and to change them with not even telling you that they have been changed? They can change them at will to disadvantage the members and to the advantage of the board of directors. Let me give you a few examples. In 2014, the board decided to change the term of office. They changed it from 3 years to 6 years. Was that to the members' advantage? Was that to the board advantage? Did they even inform you that that bylaw had been changed? You're told that you are an owner of the cooperative. You're not treated like an owner. You're treated like a subjective to the bylaws that the board of directors only can choose to change or to hold you responsible to, while they, in fact, ignore their responsibility to some of those bylaws. I'll save for my rebuttal.
No problem. Still had 30 seconds left. Is there anyone that as an opponent that wishes to speak to this? Anyone? Yes, sir. You need to just come right up here and let me get my clock ready here.
Kunkel. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
My name is John Kunkel, and I rise today as a proud NAEC member who is against requiring a majority vote for all members to change the bylaws. Let's start with the facts. There are 30,000 members. In the most recent last year contest or election, there was 11% member participation. This year, there was 18%. There is no way to have a 50% participation to pass bylaw changes. This proposed amendment would require more than 15,000 members to vote and vote in favor for even the most minor bylaw change. That level of turnout is statistically unachievable and would make meaningful governments nearly impossible. Even in this year's disorganized effort to undermine the integrity of the board and the NAEC, we again only had 18% turnout in votes. This isn't about transparency, it's about practicality and effective governance. Our board is democratically elected and already accountable to us. If we agree with the board decisions, we have a voice. We have the right to vote. However, we also elect the board to lead, adapt, and act in the best interest of the co-op. Take 2020 during the COVID pandemic, the board quickly amended the bylaws to allow mail-in voting, protecting health while preserving member participation. Under this proposed amendment, the change likely wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had reached the required vote to count. Here's what the law says. Arkansas Code annotated 2318-317, Section A, and NAEC's own bylaws, Article 12, give the Board of Directors the authority to make, alter, or repeal bylaws. That's not an accident. State law recognizes that boards have the flexibility to govern responsible at times as times change. The structure aligns with best practices among electric cooperatives across the country. Most do not require majority votes for all members to amend bylaws because doing so would bring progress to a halt. I understand and respect the desire for more involvement, but this amendment would have the opposite effect, and it would paralyze NAEC's ability to adapt, block improvements in transparency or access, and handcuff the very board we elect to lead. Let's keep NAEC moving forward legally, efficiently, and responsibly. Let's preserve the system that works and hold our board accountable through our votes, not by restricting their ability to act. That's responsible leadership, sound governance, and that's why I respect and firmly oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Now's the 1 minute proposal or rebuttal.
So let me respond to a couple of things. The law allows the board of directors to act. It doesn't require them to act without input from the members. In a true member-owned organization where the members actually are the owners, wouldn't you think that the board of directors would at least seek input before they make bylaw changes that disadvantage the members? Even though Robert's Rules of Order exclude members from coming in to talk to the board, even though the law says that the board has these superpowers, it doesn't mean that they have to exercise those superpowers to disadvantage the members, and in fact, should act to incorporate the members' input into decisions that they make regarding the bylaws. I yield.
We now move on to the fourth proposal. It reads as follows. Member approval required for future rate increase. Any proposed increase in member rates shall require a majority vote of the members at a general or special meeting of the members in accordance with Article 3 of these bylaws prior to submitting notice to the Public Service Commission or the Rural Utilities Service. This is similar to the first one, but there is some difference in it, so that's why we're doing it separate. And is there a proponent that wishes to speak to this?
My name's Joe Eubank. I submitted this proposal before I learned of the law that prevents that from happening. Mrs. Gretz and Mr. Hall here spoke eloquently to that position, so that leaves very little for me to say about it. But the rate increase should be fully justified to the members of the board of directors. A rate increase should be implemented for the benefit of the members instead of being imposed on the members without clear objectives. I learned of the implement of this rate increase sometime late in March and had no chance to speak to anyone who was in charge of the board about the rate increase. So I feel like that it was just thrust upon me without any recourse. And, you know, I think all the members should have been made aware, and whatever mechanism you used to make us aware was inadequate. So that's why I made this proposal. And unfortunately, I've learned that it's I think Arkansas Law 821 forbids that kind of issue to be brought forward. But I still think the board, if they were really interested in including the members in these kinds of things, issues, that they should make a greater effort to let us know as members what's going on. The presentation here today was very good, and it cleared up a lot of information and questions that I had. But still, my issue was with, I feel like this was imposed upon me, and other members, you know, without a clear objective. Don't, you know, just turned up one day and here our electric rates are going to increase, and I felt like I had no voice in that choice. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. We now have a 3-minute in case there's anyone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, there were, let me just get to this. There's how much? Well, it was, when I cut it off, it was between 30 and 40 seconds, I think, Steve. So I will say, let's say 30 seconds then.
So one of the things that I would like to address along with Joe is the statement has been made that the Public Service Commission reviews and approves the rate increase. Let me read to you the title of Act 821. It says, an act to provide that rural distribution cooperatives are not subject to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission except under certain circumstances.
That's your 30 seconds, Steve. Is there an opponent that wishes to address this? Go ahead, Mike, and identify yourself.
Mike Dover. Nobody likes rate increases. We all understand that, but it's a part of doing business today, not just in co-ops, but in every industry. And there's a reason that co-ops needs funds, and if you've listened to the staff this morning, you know why they've got to have reserve funds. 2009 ice storm, $24 million. Power grid blackout when Texas went black. Everything we had to do in that, all 17 distribution co-ops shared in that cost. NAEC's cost in that share was $5.3 million. Buddy talked a little bit about that. 2024 tornadoes cost $4 million. We was reimbursed to $3 million. The 25 tornadoes are going to cost about $6 million. We may get some back, may not. If the 2009 ice storm happened today at 35% reimbursement, the co-op would have to come up with about 27 million on the 41 or 15.6 on the regular one. I noticed this week that Trump's administration is starting to cut back on FEMA. Looks like it's going to go down even at less maybe than 35%. You cannot expect members to understand financial burdens and disasters such as these and make reasonable and informed decisions and informed votes. Members would never vote to raise rates on themselves. I don't believe that. I don't believe they would raise rates. What would happen? We would eventually wouldn't have any reserves. We couldn't borrow money. We wouldn't have anything to fix the infrastructure back after such disasters. North Arkansas Electric would eventually go bankrupt. And if you think people are upset about rates, wait till they don't have any power. Thank you.
Now's the time for. Okay, Steve, go ahead and identify yourself, and we'll move forward.
Okay, my name is Steve Hall. I'd like to have some rebuttal to what Mr. Dover said. First of all, the rate increase has been stated as being a 9.4% and that it's a false number when someone says that it was a 15% increase. Let me read to you just one sentence from the publication in the Arkansas Living magazine. It says, in addition to the daily service charge going from 1.04 to 1.14, which is a 3% increase on an average bill. In addition to that, NAEC has requested an increase in the kilowatt hour charge for residential and small commercial from 10.713 kilowatts per hour cents to 12.37 cents per kilowatt hour. Please note the figure incorporate the wholesale rate adjustment and the...
That's your minute. That's your minute. We move on now to the fifth proposal. Reads as follows. 2 general member meetings per year, consistency in quorums and voting process. Provide for 2 regularly scheduled general meetings of the members each year, an annual meeting in May and a mid-year meeting in October. Each member proposal submitted in accordance with the cooperative bylaws shall be voted on at the next occurring general meeting unless a special meeting has been called for that purpose. Remove from the corporate bylaws any differences based on meeting type and the determination of a quorum. As such, any general or special meeting shall have a quorum determined by the number of member ballots returned to the third-party balloting firm noted in the voting section of this article. All member voting, whether for the election of directors, member proposals, or any other matters submitted to the members for a vote, shall be accomplished by contracting with a professional, independent third-party vendor. That vendor shall be responsible for mailing all ballots and other election materials to the members, receiving and tabulating the ballots, and certifying the election results. To be clear, only ballots returned to the third-party vote tabulator shall be counted in the determination of meeting quorums and the results of any member vote. Is there a proponent that wishes to speak to this? Sir, before you start, I've made a mess of my timer here. Let me get a second here to, that would be a generational thing on my behalf. Yeah, if anybody's got a grandchild that could come run this for me. Okay, start when you wish.
My name's Tim Hausman. And what this proposal really is to provide a structured way of having more communication. I think if a meeting somewhat similar to this had taken place before the rate case was filed, then probably wouldn't require this type of a meeting. There are certain very critical things, and they only happen every now and then. Rate cases, everybody agrees they're necessary. The extent of a rate case is up to question, right? There's parameters in there that can be adjusted, like capital credit payoffs. Do we want it now? Do we not? And put it up for a vote. And if the majority of the people voting say, yes, we want that, fine, go ahead with it. And there are other areas where supposedly there are remedies. Supposedly. There's a special meeting provision in the bylaws, but it's basically ineffective because you have to go and get the roughly 3,100 signatures. Okay, you've done that. Then the bylaws say that not only do you have to be present, you have to have 2% of the members present. That's what, over 600? Physically present to have a quorum. And they have to be physically present at the Salem office. I don't even think that's possible. Is it physically possible to do that? And again, why would we have a special meeting called by 10% at least of the members, then thwarted by saying, well, geez, it has to be at Salem and you can't have it there. So it falls apart. Look, all of these proposals are based on the concepts of accountability and having open discussions. You know, I don't think anybody in here wants to be arguing back and forth. But when they don't feel like they're getting the information, then, you know, that's what comes out. I mean, I appreciate the information on the financial needs for the rate case. That's great, but it's about 6 months too late. And that's the issue here. And these are meant for communication. That's what these proposals are about.
Is there a opponent to this stand that wishes to speak to this?
Bill Elliott, Sharp County. You know, to me, working in the private sector most of my career, I've come to really appreciate the co-op model. The co-op model is not perfect. Nothing is. Only one man was. But it's awfully close. And what we're talking about here with changing the number of meetings that we have, the quorums, et cetera, that's going to require a bylaw change, as we all know. And that authority, the authority to deal with that by the co-op's bylaws and by Arkansas Code is vested in the directors. And I think we can take great comfort in that fact. When you consider the co-op model, one member equals one vote. Buy one stock of Walmart stock, go to their annual meeting, which they held a couple weeks ago, and let me know how much sway that holds up against the Waltons. I mean, it's significant. We have a voice, and to the extent that we don't exercise that voice through elections, that's on us. That's not on the board, and that's not on the employees. It's my understanding that the genesis of this particular topic came from comments at last year's annual meeting that stated that the co-op was in good financial condition, and then later in the year it was stated that there was that we needed a rate increase. Both things can be true at the same time. The co-op was and is in good shape then and now, but Mr. Haston talked about it a while ago. Where would we be if AECC or AECI wasn't being proactive and planning for the future? The rate increase that we've talked about it a lot, but the rate increase was obviously needed, and I think we'll all as members benefit from that going down the road. I'll tell you, a few months ago, our little old place is down near Calamine. When a storm came through, I was told that it would be 5 to 8 days before we had power back. We weren't directly impacted, only indirectly, thankfully. We had power back on in 36 hours, and I sure am glad those reserves were present. Thank you.
Now for the 1 minute rebuttal.
Well, and that's the trap of the whole setup here is absolutely I concede the fact that Arkansas law and the co-op bylaws prevent the alteration of the bylaws by anyone other than the board. Makes sense. You don't want somebody out randomly changing a corporation's bylaws. I take that to mean filing. There is nothing that says that there's a prohibition on getting information, advice, consent of the members before you make a major decision. And that's the whole point of this. It's not at odds with that. We're not saying I want to go personally and change the bylaws. I want a vote of the members on that. I'm done.
Got 8 seconds left. Okay, we'll move on to the next to the last proposal. Election of directors effective January 1, 2026. Each of the 9 directors shall be elected to a 2-year term at the annual meeting held of May of each year, with no limit in the number of 2-year terms a director may serve. Directors shall be elected by a member population density, therefore 1 from Sharp County, 1 from Izard County, 2 from Fulton County, and 4 from Baxter County, with 1 at-large director. The election of directors shall be on a plurality basis, with the candidates receiving the greatest number of votes being declared the winners of the election. Director candidates shall be nominated by member petition only for each election cycle. Candidates shall be placed on the ballot with a minimum of 15 member signatures, so long as the candidate meets the specified qualifications. Each member will be allowed to cast up to 9 votes, 1 each for Sharp and Izard County candidates, 2 for Fulton County candidates, 4 for Baxter County candidates, and 1 for an at-large candidate. Is there someone that wants to speak to this?
So currently, the board of directors is elected on a 6-year term basis. That was changed in 2014, as I said earlier. It was changed from a 3-year term to a 6-year term. It was also implemented in a staged way that makes it very complicated for members to even know when the director position is up for election. For instance, who knows who's up for election in 2026? Got a couple? It's Dennis Wiles and Larry Goodwin. Where would you have known that from? You would not know it. Who's up for election in 2027? Jim Short? How would you have even known that? This proposal would allow for, on the even years, the directors to be all reelected and provide for the opportunity for members to know that an election is going to occur. This is no different than what we do with electing representatives to the state or the national level. We elect those people every 2 years. The bylaw was changed also in 2019 to eliminate the opportunity for an individual to be nominated at the annual meeting of the members and to be voted on by the members at the annual meeting. Was that to the advantage of the members, or was that to the advantage of the board? It was to the advantage of the board. Did you have any say in that bylaw change? Did you even know it had changed? The vote by mail was implemented in 2019. Do any of us have a comfortable feeling about having vote by mail for any other office? Are you comfortable with doing vote by mail even for the President of the United States? Most states have disallowed vote by mail because it has a significant amount of problems, even to the point of corruption with vote by mail. Was that vote by mail to the advantage of the members or to the advantage of the board? There was also a change in order to get on the ballot that you had to have 100 signatures on a petition. That petition did not even exist at the time that they implemented that rule, and one of the members who was trying to get on the ballot had a petition going, and midway through, with only 2 weeks left.
Steve, your time, that's 3 minutes. That is 3 minutes, okay? Is there an opponent that wishes to speak to this?
My name is Wayne Winter, and I'm also a retiree from North Arkansas Electric. The bylaws, the bulk of which was established by previous co-op directors, have served Cooperative well for almost 90 years. Why would you try to fix something that's not broke? Per bylaws, the authority to conduct the election of directors is vested in the NAAC Board of Directors. The process is referenced in NAAC bylaws, section 2, 4, 5, as well as Arkansas law, Arkansas Code annotated 2318 321D. The suggested
election process would create confusion for members during the election process. By requiring a member to get only 15 signatures to be on the ballot, we could have an overwhelming number of candidates. It's hard to argue against an absurd proposal. Imagine a ballot and candidate biography insert with 5 candidates for each of the 9 offices. How would members sort through the candidates and choose the best person? Also, an election of this magnitude would increase the cost for survey and ballot systems to conduct the election and increase postage to get the ballots and biographies into members' hands by thousands of dollars. A 2-year term for directors would not afford newly elected directors time to develop the necessary knowledge base to govern the cooperative in such a manner. As proposed, the board potentially could consist of 9 new directors every 2 years. Those new directors could have no experience in setting strategic direction, assessing risk, ensuring financial integrity, and evaluating the CEO's performance as is required. A high-functioning board trusts the management to implement strategy and manage operations, while the board concentrates on monitoring results and ensuring that the co-op remains aligned with its mission, vision, and long-term goals. They couldn't even complete all the available NRECA director training in a 2-year period. The directors are not just out of high school. They're not just 18-year-olds just graduated high school. They're all members of the community, and they're all set to help the members. We elect these directors. We elect county officials. We elect state officials. That doesn't mean we can go try to run the county or run the state. Okay. But I appreciate the directors, and I appreciate North Arkansas Electric. They're an asset to the community, and also all the co-op employees. Thank you.
Steve, hang on, let me get this reset. He spoke less than his time, so, okay, go ahead.
First of all, we elect representatives to the state and national level every year, and we don't elect a brand new 535 members to the Congress every year. It's absurd to think that all 9 directors would be replaced all in 1 year. But if the directors were acting in a way that's against the members, they should all be removed in 1 year. Secondly, currently the way that the board members are normally attached to the board is just the way that Mark has got onto the board. Mark Walling came onto the board because Doc Freeman had to retire. Mark was appointed by the board to the position, never a nomination, never a vote by the members. That's how most of the board members have gotten onto the board and then run as an incumbent. Thank you.
As we move to the last proposal, before I read that, I would like to emphasize that this has gone well. I appreciate everybody's statements. Let's try not to get it personal, because I think it's better to stay courteous to everyone, and let's try not to make a personal issues out of it. The last proposal has to deal with directors' qualifications. Shall the qualifications to be nominated to serve as director of the cooperative shall be as follows. The person shall be a member who receives electric service from the cooperative at their primary residence. The person shall not be employed by or have a financial interest in any business that competes or sells energy or supplies to the cooperative. The person shall not be currently employed by the cooperative as either an employee or officer. The person shall not be related within the 4th degree by blood consanguinity to any current employee, officer, or director of the cooperative. Now, is there someone that wishes to speak to that? What? Just say, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this business meeting.
Let's get with, just one second, okay? That's why we got a parliamentarian here. Just a second, and I will address that. I'm not meaning to not show attention to you. It's just we've got a parliamentarian here that has dealt with this a lot, and I'm going to lean on him to make sure we handle it in the appropriate manner. My understanding of what we've got now is we've got a motion to adjourn with a second to that. Excuse me just a minute. Was there a second? Is there a second to? I guess we would need now to move with a debate on the motion to adjourn. Since it was a motion to adjourn, is there someone that wants to speak to the motion to adjourn? Is there anyone that wants to speak against the motion to adjourn? Can we get the mic over to you?
Got a lot of hours into this meeting already. I say let's don't waste the time that we had without hearing from the members. We have a lot of questions that we need to ask the board, and this is, again, our only opportunity that we're aware of. So.
Thank you. I realize you want to speak to this, Steve, but I think Mel also had something to say on this.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate the fact that all you folks have been here since 9 o'clock this morning. I would say that we're pretty close to the end of this. We do have this one director qualification left. I would like to finish and go through number 7 here because I think, as Roger has said, and I don't want to get out of my lane here either. I'm not an attorney. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. But with the, and Ty Thompson is a parliamentarian. He's helped me for years. With the blessings of those that have the motion and second on the floor, I would like a personal request of you to withdraw that for the moment, just so we can finish with and get through number 7, because as Roger has said, these are recommendations to the board, and I think your board honestly wants to hear these recommendations. So if all due respect, if we could just have just a few more minutes, if y'all may disagree with me, and that's Robert's rules, and that's a democratic process. That's just me.
I'll withdraw the request.
Okay. Motion has been withdrawn. So, yeah, if we can just get through number 7 here, I think I'd be happy, because that way the board gets to hear all 7. And we've got people here to speak to.
Give them
to the motion, because you were taking contrary comments, and that is, we have an agreed agenda that included questions and answers from the members, questions and comments, and that was an agreed to agenda before we ever started. And to abruptly end the meeting without giving those members that opportunity to ask their questions or make their comments would be completely inappropriate to end the agenda prematurely.
Well, just a second.
Thank you for your comments. Just to clarify, with any meeting of the membership, it's ultimately up to the members how long they want to stick around. The agenda itself is ultimately up to the membership. What I'm sensing is now, without objection, we'll proceed with the consideration of the 7th member proposal, and then perhaps reconsider the motion to adjourn.
Well, let me just say this, okay? I'm ready to get out of here. Probably anybody else is, but I think the proper, in my opinion, we amended the agenda to include questions and comments at the end, and that was put on there, and that was that. I think under Robert's Rules of Order, the thing can be adjourned at any time, but with a proper voting, proper procedure. But I would encourage the members, we've been here this long, to go through the proposals and go ahead and finish the agenda of the meeting. But I'm just one person speaking to that. So I think we had we spoken to the director? We had spoken to the director's qualifications or not? No, okay, all right. So I've read it, and now we're ready for the proponent to speak to it.
So the measure updates the qualifications for serving on the board of directors. Under the current rules, retired employees of the cooperative are not allowed to be on the board of directors for 3 years. That bylaw changed in 2019 because I was elected to the board of directors, having been a previous employee. Now, I've heard someone say, if it's not broken, why fix it? It wasn't broken in 2019. It had been the policy and the bylaw for 60 years that an employee, a recently retired employee, could run for the board. So was that changed for the benefit of the board, or was it changed for the benefit of the members? It did not affect me because I was already on the board. It was actually directed at the current employees that you're not worthy of being on the board of directors because you have recent employment experience. That's ridiculous. It was aimed at me, but it didn't affect me. And it was aimed at me because I challenged the board of directors for the untoward things that they were doing, how they were benefiting themselves with medical insurance, with increasing daily pay, with perks, with benefits, and not being held accountable. It was aimed at me because I challenged the board to be more transparent, to put the board meeting minutes out for all members to read, to actually put the video of the meetings on the website. I challenged the board to do many things, and they've labeled me as being a rogue director because I was challenging the way that they had always done it. I was speaking up for the members, making it transparent, making the board accountable, and they didn't like that. And they would not like for you to be on the board if you challenged them as well. So think for yourself and say, does it really benefit the members that they have these kinds of restrictions on who can run and how they can run and how frequently it can be done? Thank you.
Is there an opponent that wishes to express a view on this?
Hello, my name is Sanders Lee White, and I'm from Melbourne. I'm a real estate investor and developer with properties scattered throughout the membership district. And, you know, I say that to say this. I've had the unique opportunity to work with various electric cooperatives in the state of Arkansas, and I have read so much garbage and so much trash about our cooperative the last 3 months. These people go above and beyond every single day to make me successful to where I can help make people's dreams come true by selling them their first farm, their first home. And I just want to appreciate you guys for all that. Now, I say that also. My primary residence, my power is supplied by energy. I have a farm across the river at Calico Rock where my wife and I and my children spend quite a bit of time. We go there a lot. But my primary residence is provided by energy. If I am a member of this co-op and I am able to run for the board of directors and I'm buying power, I should be able to serve on that board of directors. I believe that it's just nothing more than an attempt to try to limit or streamline who can serve on the board by a small group of people. Second of all, to the issue of those serving on the board of directors who have recently retired from the co-op, I think that could create some conflict of interest issues. It's common throughout the cooperatives of Arkansas for people to wait a period of at least 5 years. I think our bylaws state 3 years. Even the state House legislature passed a bill 2 years ago saying that those who served in the House and the Senate must wait 2 years before they begin lobbying each chamber, because that circumvents possible conflicts of interest that might arise. Also, I think it circumvents the disgruntled employee factor, people who have worked who may have a problem with the management, or maybe some of the directors or officers, or even former colleagues who want to run to be a thorn in the side and just cause problems and create chaos and try to burn the place to the ground. Also, taking the degree of relation to the 4th degree from the 3rd, guys, we're from North Central Arkansas. If you're like me, you've lived here your whole life. I'm related to a whole lot of people, and I look across this audience here today, and I see a lot of you. Your families have been here for generations. You're related to a lot of people. If you take that from the 3rd degree to the 4th degree, you're even limiting more of who can serve on this board. And I think that is another malicious attempt by a small group of people who possibly want to limit who can serve on this co-op, and maybe even the modus operandi might be to not let it be people from North Central Arkansas. I yield the floor.
Okay, rebuttal has 1 minute.
So I am not a disgruntled employee. I have never been disgruntled with my 13 years that I worked for North Arkansas Electric. I had the best relationship with all of the employees that I could ever have hoped to have had. I thought every employee, and I still think every employee, deserves the greatest amount of respect. Telling you you cannot run for the board is disrespectful, and it says that you're not worthy of being on the board of directors. Now, Mr. Sanders has said that his primary residence is on Entergy. If the board would like to explain to Mr. Sanders that your primary residence has to be on NAEC. You can't just have a part-time home on NAEC. We need all members eligible to be on the board, and some of the best are those former employees who have worked for North Arkansas Electric.
Okay, by my account, that concludes the member proposals. Now, am I correct? That's all. Okay. Now, here's what I stated my opinion previously. I would really like to have a short question and comment section, because that's what we told folks in the beginning we were going to do. What I would hope is that it would be courteous, responsible, reasonable, and done in a right, proper spirit if questions are asked, because I can assure you if it gets out of hand, that motion to adjourn is probably coming right back up here, and probably the result would be different next time. But we've got a few minutes. Like I said, I would like to limit it to 3 minutes per person, if at all possible, to keep it around that. Certainly not any more than that. And I think probably most of the questions, I would assume, would be directed to Mel or to me, because I don't know that it's fair to individuals that are employed by the co-op or on the board to expect this, because Mel and I were, I think, aware that it was coming, but I don't know others were. So if there are questions or comments, like I said, we would be glad to give some time for that. And we'll do it the same way, if you don't mind stepping up, and he'll get you the mic. And please go ahead and identify yourself.
So I'm John Kunkel, and I want to thank the board and NAAC for having this meeting today. I also grew up in this county, or excuse me, in Sharp County in this community, and I'm very active with the fair and things that go on here. And there's been a lot of stuff said that is not true that most of us know. NAEC and Next give back to the community in many, many ways. So thank you, and we know you're going to continue doing that. And it's really disheartening that our community has been torn apart by a lot of stuff that has been said. And I'm going to take up for Mark Walling, who I know very well, who is a very good educator from Cave City, who does exactly, should be right where he's at on this board. So Mark, thank you for all that you do. But I hope that our community can heal, and I'm probably going to take some heat from this, but what it has very boiled down to in all these proposals is it says was personal. And so I just want to say from our point, I've never, if I have an issue with electric or Next, I know I can pick up the phone and call, and we have the most outstanding customer service, linemen doing excellent jobs. So thank you all, and I hope that after this, our community can get back to the way it was, and a lot of these negative comments can die down, and we can move forward, because what's been said is not who we are in this community.
Thank you. But before we end, does anyone else have a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Lori Benedict. I'm an ex-state representative from Fulton County here, and I appreciate our co-op. I have all the appreciation in the world for these men that come out and work on our stormy nights and get our electric back going. I just have a few questions that have really nothing to do with any of this else we've been talking about, and I guess I'll address them to you, Mr. Morgan. Do you know if anybody have different answers on this? Can I get, by a request from Freedom of Information Act, minutes on past meetings or not?
Well, the Freedom of Information Act doesn't apply to the electric cooperative. It's not a type of governmental entity that it would apply to. Mel would probably, I don't know what our storage system is when it comes to minutes.
That's what I wanted to know. How can somebody get a copy of minutes from previous meetings?
Lori, if you have, and by the way, when Ms. Benedict was in the legislature, we were proud to support you. You know, the members elect the board members. The board members are in charge of the day-to-day operation. If you have a specific request of me or the board, make a request to come speak to the board. We'll be glad to ask, or come speak to them. They'll be glad to answer your question if I can't. So if you have a specific request, I'd like to know what it is. But to turn over 75 years of minutes, if you have a
specific meeting or two meetings, is that possible, or is that against regulations to actually give the minutes of the meetings out?
You're talking to a person who is in charge of operations and not the board. That's a subject they'd have to take up. And I think that was in the proposals, as a matter of fact, that they're going to be discussing. Okay, and I can't speak for the board, but I think you're asking a question, in my opinion, of something that they're going to be discussing.
Okay. Second question was, you had mentioned earlier today that the board did not receive salaries or actual reimbursements, but it was actually in one of the co-op letters that gave the different salaries of the different members.
It's not a salary, it's a per diem.
Per diem, okay, so that's why they're all different.
Yes, it's nothing unlike what, if you served on a bank board downtown, that they would receive. And again, and I'll go back to that slide, and that wasn't on my slide, I think that was on one of the slides down here from the staff. They're responsible for almost a $500 million organization. A $500 million organization. I have seen pretty much all, well, I don't want to say that. I don't want to exaggerate. I've seen a lot of co-ops across the country. I don't know a single co-op that doesn't provide per diem. I don't know a single bank board that doesn't provide per diem for the people that are in charge of the governance. So
there actually is not a salary then. It is all per diem.
It is not a salary. It is a per diem.
Okay. And this last one is a statement. It was something I seen on the slide that Mrs. Haney had on. And And it referred to the fact that that the president was doing away with FEMA by the end of 2025, and your disaster assistance was going to be completely, lowered or lessened by about 80 or 85%. Well, what I understand that, as being a good friend with our current governor, is that all that money from FEMA will come directly to the state of Arkansas, and it will be distributed through the state to all the disaster assistance instead of coming through FEMA. So
yeah, I'll be glad to take a stab at that. I've seen a lot of administrations come and go. And again, it's kind of one of those good news, bad news things. I've been around for a long time. I guess that's good. Every administration that we've had in Washington, I go back to the Reagan and then even Clinton tried to abolish REA and RUS. So we see, I don't want to say a tax, but we see things that are proposed in Congress that will affect us, whether it's abolishing REA and RUS. And by the way, quite frankly, I expected that to happen again, and it has not, thankfully. But we've seen attacks on FEMA before. This is probably the most serious attack I've seen on FEMA, and it's serious when it's happening to you. It's really serious when it's happening to you. The fact is that in the March tornadoes, we've been told that we're going to get 35% reimbursement instead of what we got in the ice storm, which was 87.5%. Now, that's fact. And I was interviewed by Channel 4, I believe, a couple weeks ago, and I give the governor credit. I appreciate the fact that Governor Sanders came forward and has said that she will give us a 35% reimbursement on what happened. But still, there's a big difference between 35%, which the state is going to do, we understand, but we haven't seen that yet, and the 87.5% that we would have gotten.
Okay, well, that was my understanding though, that all the FEMA money was going to be distributed between all the states for them to use as they seem fit instead of the federal government to decide who gets the reimbursements.
I would think that's going forward. I don't think in the March tornadoes that's going to be the case.
Maybe not that,
yeah,
but
we've been told you're going to get 35% and that's it. And again, we haven't even seen that 35%. But I think what you're saying is going forward, I have heard that, they're going to try to do something with the states, and that's fine. Whether we get reimbursed from the states or whether it comes from FEMA doesn't matter to us. We just...
Well, my personal opinion is just that it coming from the states actually is better for us when the whole amount, 100% of whatever we get for reimbursement, is coming from the states. So
we just appreciate the fact that the governor has stepped up, and at least we're getting 35%.
Thank you for letting me speak.
I'm sorry, I got long-winded.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there some other question or comment to address? I think he was here first, sir, and then we'll come back to you.
Tim Hausman again. In the presentation that Julie gave, it had very interesting information in it, but it drove other questions. When we say that the O tier has declined to 1.54, okay, but what levers are there out there other than a rate increase that we could have used? Why in the constant conversation is Next is doing great. What prevents us from increasing the interdepartmental rent rather than having Next net income drop into non-operating margins? Why can't we shift more of it up into operating margins? And there is a floor. I get it. Under Arkansas law, it says you can't charge Next in this case less than what you would someone else. They're in the ceiling on it.
I'll let Mel address that, I think.
Well, Tim, I think, Julie's presentation is going to speak for itself. She spent the better part of an hour explaining that, and I'll be the first to admit that it's complicated. It's complicated even for this table here. That's why we've got these experts over here. That's why we've got Toth and Associates. That's why we've got our folks that are our auditors and our tax accountants to help us through this. It's highly complicated, but I can tell you the way it's structured and the way that the balance is between the two organizations, that it is being done the right way. It is being done according to Hoyle. We ought to be glad and fortunate that we're having this discussion, because I know a lot of co-ops across this country that are losing money in fiber. This staff has busted their butts to make sure that Next is providing the service to the members, and it evident by 67%, 65%, whatever it was, of the take rate. Next was not designed, we're not out looking to make tons of money. We did not go into this saying, hey folks, we can make a lot of money if we'll get in the internet business. We went into this because people at the end of the line, people down on the river, on the White River, people that were, when we started this, having to go to McDonald's parking lot to pick up Wi-Fi and study. That's why we're in this business, for the people who did not have internet, the same way that the people in 1934 didn't have power. That's why we're in this business. We are not in Next to make tons of money. But it's good that it is making money, because what it has done, and these guys over here will tell you the same thing because we've talked about it, Next is not designed to take the place of what we collect in rates. It did a really good thing because it bridged the gap in this time period where our O tier started deteriorating. And I'll add to that, that as we talked about before, RUS and the Public Service Commission, they look at the electric side independently. So Next, number one, was formed as a service and not something that we thought we were going to go out and make a lot of money at. Number two, it is doing very well, and we're very proud of that, and we're very proud of what it's done to bridge the gap and probably push back a rate increase 2 or 3 years. Thanks for your comments, Tim.
If I may.
Just briefly, go ahead.
If I may. Next is doing great. Everybody agrees. But we're not using it to alleviate the need for an O-tier crisis, right? I mean, it is partially, not fully. But also, in the bylaws, the net income of Next doesn't get distributed into the capital credit accounts of the members. Is that correct? Is that not specifically excluded? And I guess the question is if so, then whose is it?
Well, that's incorrect. And again, you saw an hour presentation from Julie, and you also saw how the funds from Next allowed us to pay back capital credits. So again, I'm going to say Next is a service. Next was designed to provide internet to people who didn't have it, but also it did allow us to bridge the gap. Tim, thanks for your question. We had 2 hours that my staff sat down with you about 3 weeks ago, and we went over this step by step. So thank you for your question, and I think someone else needs to get up.
Is there another question? Yes, sir, I think you were the next.
For what you do. We appreciate the electricity. I love my air conditioning. And heat, too. I love my heat, too. And, Mel, I appreciate you, the meeting I had with you. I thank you very much for that. Also, Cameron Davis and the board members, we appreciate what all of you do. My question is, and I talked to Mel and Cameron about this some when I was talking to them. We have a spring here in Arkansas called Mammoth Spring that used to produce electricity for this co-op. There's a company called Siemens Energy and Automation that my wife used to work for that has a website that you can look on. They specifically build those sites up to make them produce electricity. We're unclear now as to who owns the site that used to be Power Site Down, but somebody owns it somewhere. Nobody seems to know who. I'd like to know who owns that. I'd like to know if we can get it back, and I'd like to know if we can get a grant to put our production back into service. If we have free energy here and we're not using it, then that's our fault. And we should be using what we have and what God has provided us with. And God provided us with an immense amount of free 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week energy right here in this community. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Good question. I appreciate the dialogue that we had with you guys in the office, and I appreciated your questions. We actually have an expert here today. Buddy, are you still here? You want to take a stab at that? It's a generation question, and this is the guy.
Well, I'm not familiar with the facility you're talking about. I wrote a note to myself to go find out. But we do own and operate hydroelectric power. AECC, once again, all the members bundled their money together to create these generation resources. So the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, of which you are part of, we operate 3 hydropower plants. One of them is really large. It's 100 megawatts. And then we have 2 30 megawatts. That's about 160 megawatts of hydroelectric that we don't pay fuel on. And it's not free. I wish it was free. There's a huge capital cost to build hydro. It's very expensive. It's about 8 times the cost of natural gas. But you don't have to pay a gas bill every month, right? So if they last for 50 or 60 years, which they usually do, when we run the financial models, hydro will cost out. The issue is location of allowable hydro sites. So there aren't just infinite number of hydro and dams and hydros you could put in. So we do continuously look. We even looked at what we call pump storage hydro, where we, during the daytime or during the nighttime when electric power is lower cost on the wholesale market, you would pump water up a hill, and during the daytime in the peak, you would let it flow and then turn a hydro. There is one site in Arkansas. We don't have the license, but once again, when you go look at the cost to build that, it doesn't come out on the model. It still shows that you're better off to own a natural gas plant. But if there's an existing facility or something like that, I mean, we'll go take a look. I'll get an answer back to Mel. He can get that answer back to the membership. We'll look at it. And we're not one of these people that says, oh, we know everything, you don't know anything. I get lots of people that call me asking me, hey, have you heard about this technology or that technology? If someone knows of something like that, we usually look at it. I will say this, though, there's a lot of snake oil out there, and so a lot of times people read something that the media has really pumped up there, like SMRs. If you read the papers, everyone's going to own a nuclear reactor, like Back to the Future. That's probably just not true. But the reality is we also know that there's a vast community in our cooperatives. Sometimes people have connections to companies or know about things like this possibly, and we always take them seriously, go look at them, and try to get the answer back. I just don't have a good answer on that one. The other thing I should tell you is, as Electric Co-ops of Arkansas, we have a federal hydro allocation. So we do not own and operate, but the federal government, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, also has hydro, of which we get, I think, 264 megawatts of allocation given to us. Now, we pay a market rate, but I'm saying we're not paying a fuel bill and everything else. So when you add it all up, we have 450 or so megawatts, or 464 megawatts of hydro in the AECC portfolio. That part of that serves North Arkansas.
I think Sherry had a point, and then we're probably going to start winding down because I know everybody's worn out. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Morgan. And I want to thank Leah. I appreciate hearing your report about reducing the number of employees, and I really feel sorry for the employees because I've been there. I know how hard they were working already, and to take the place to cover 3 jobs is tremendous on them. And Lacey, I appreciate you mentioning how you've saved on insurance, and Jim, I appreciate you taking notes over there on some of the things and some of the other board members. But my question, I guess, would be directed to Cameron or the rest of the board members. What measures have you taken, what measures have you discussed amongst yourselves on reducing cost before opting to apply for a rate increase? Possibly cutting waste, cutting down travel. Are there any measures that you tried to save money before we just opted?
Sherry, I'll take that question since, as you know, I'm in charge of operations. They're in charge of governance.
Well, Mel, I feel like the board is in charge of making that final.
No, the board is in charge of us submitting a budget to them. The board is in charge of looking over our budget. The board is in charge of what the staff shows them, and we show them annually what we're doing as far as the budget, how we cut back, things like that. You know, not going to mention names, but our previous HR manager and I we agreed on a lot of things, and he and I talked about years ago at rate increase time. There are things that we must and we are looking at all the time, and we do that. Am I going to roll out a list here for you today? No, because I don't have that list. But there are things that we do every day, and I remember him telling me very specifically, you can go ahead and make some deeper cuts, but when you do that, you're going to lessen this cooperative. And that's true. Am I going to sit here and tell you that there's not something? I mean, it's been mentioned today how much we give back to the community. You know, I was criticized from one of the folks on social media because we didn't give, I don't know, I don't read it. I was told $100,000 to the baseball field out here. You know, this is a co-op. We are a community partner. There are things that we can do, there are things that we should do, and there are things that we should not do. We don't have anywhere near the budget of a bank or a large corporation, but we are a community partner. We partner with, Tori said it just a few minutes ago, we partner with the clubs, the organizations, the cities, the counties. I know we donated bulletproof vests to every police department or I think it was the sheriff's offices in our areas. So yeah, could I cut that out? Sure we could, but that makes us less of a cooperative. But does this group and all of us look at ways to save money so these rate increases can be less? Yes, we do. We do it every day, and we try to make sure that the money that is being spent is spent for the benefit of the members in making this a better cooperative. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you there's not stuff we can't cut. Yeah, I could cut out giving vests to the sheriff's offices, but I'm not going to do it. We're going to continue to invest in our children. You know, we are going to be a good community partner, but it is a fine needle to thread because we don't have the resources, and we shouldn't have the resources to do that as a for-profit bank that can go out and give hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. We just can't do that, but we must, and part of our, you know, we're 7 cooperative principles. We are a member of and not just the community that you're in. We serve majority of 4 counties, or most of 4 counties and parts of 3 others. We are bombarded with people asking us to help, and we want to help. There is just a limit to what we can do. But yes, we do. We are always about saving money.
That's what I was going to ask. If there was a motion, is there a second? Anyone want to speak to that motion? All in favor say aye. We are adjourned.